Okay, there we go. Every single thing I said, not heard. It's a shame, really, because I was basically just yelling out. I mean, a little bit crazy, but I decided to just randomly start yelling out my credit card details. And you guys just missed out. Could have just bought whatever you wanted from me, but not going to be the case. Instead, you have to enter your credit card details and give me money instead. Because we have got stacked action. We've got B versus Wham to kick off this fine Friday. After which, we should have 1 or 2 live series from the round of 32 for week number 5. And then also, we have been told that might be a certain matchup, a show match that happened at the start of the week. Recon was telling me about between him and Sass, so we'll see if that's available as well. 1 second. Sorry, I'm just double check. I just had a message from Avali. Wait, why have we got week 3 tagged in? That's very weird. One sec. I think there was a mistype on the KPMM. There was. Sorry, just sending this across to Avali. Love that. Avali's like, yo, are you using this map right now? Big shout out to him. Thank you very much, Avali. He's making some adjustments to his maps. Didn't I sing an instrumental? I'm a man of many talents, really. I mean, you have to be in this line of work, otherwise you just lose relevance. Oh my god, it's already getting so hot. I might have to turn on the fan. We literally just began the stream. I'm going to have to turn on the fan. Yeah, gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna be climbing later today, but up until then, I am all yours, which means I won't get to eat, which means I'm probably gonna have to have a liquid meal somewhere in between. Let's get that on a little bit. I just want to push glasses up my nose, but I haven't got any on. I don't know, it feels weird not having glasses. Yo, chat, help me out. Because I'm planning to get some new glasses sent. The new prescription. I don't think these work, right? I don't know. Like, I'd probably go for them in less tinted, so as clear as possible. I think the problem is they sit too high on my face, no? You think? Or does it work? I feel like I'm an owl with these on. I like the design. I think it's just maybe the bridge is a tiny bit too high. Alright, but hear me out, hear me out. So you have to imagine these ones without, like, without the sunglasses element, but it's very hard to imagine without the sunglasses element. I might get these sent out in prescription. I think they vibe. They're a little bit like my old ones, right? Like, I think they vibe. I think they probably work better than the other ones. Even though I kind of low-key like these in some ways. The first pet... Oh, what? These ones work with current fit? Maybe. The other one... I don't think about. I'm tempted to get some of the Overwatch ones again. The ones that I've been wearing. Just get the prescription updated. These ones are, I don't know, like, I keep going back and forth on whether I like these ones. Because I need to put in the order to Gunner soon. They also need to update my discount code. It still doesn't work. So I need to bump them on that. I think these are like, I don't know, these feel a bit too big maybe, right? I think it's something about, it's almost like the frames, because it goes, I think it's because it goes like up and out. Has a very weird kind of element, whereas like because my eyebrow shape, I'm more suited to almost like curved or straight. You know what I mean? I don't think these ones work that well, right? No, not vibing. I'm just gonna give people a second to get in for B versus Wham. It's a shame. I kind of like these. I like these ones for how they look on certain individuals. This is the Fallout frames. So not these. You don't think? I mean, it's literally just smoothie at the moment. I enjoyed that game movie. Tony Stark streams Halo 4. Yo. Wait, which one's oh, what the the Aviator. It's funny you say that because Gunnar actually has like the exact sunglasses that he gives to Spider-Man. They created like a version. I think. Is there anything else? I don't know, I'm still. No watch glasses, not today. So I gotta go climbing later, so I got my contacts in. I don't know, like part of me likes these. But I also just think they sit too high. I'm unsure. I need to get them to send me out some more frames. You think they work? You don't think they're just a little bit too big? I feel like they need to be sitting slightly lower down my... Like, if they sat like that... maybe? But then I think, like, if you sit them down your face, you genuinely look like a grandma. You know what I mean? Right? Like, this is, oh, dearie. Oh, look. Wow, look at how big you've gotten. Right? But, like... They have to be pushed back. You know? And now I think it's weird because I think... Ooh, actually, you know what? Maybe. Because they've got... What I'm wondering is if maybe... Because they've got the little, you know, little things that sit on your nose. Maybe I can push those further back and then it'll bring it down a little. Because I feel like there's like, yeah, you guys see there's like a ginormous gap there. You see that? Like I can get my finger in. But if it sat deeper on the nose, I think it'd kind of work. Yeah, I've got some new glasses that I got to pick up at the start of the week. So you'll see me in a different look anyway. Because my prescription changed anyway. Even the Gunner Overwatch ones I was wearing was like the old prescription. Perfect for chemical experiments. It kind of has that vibe, right? But it's meant to in some ways because it's like these are the Alliance ones. So these are... So they're clearly going for kind of like, you know, dwarves and their guns type vibe. And what did... I don't know. I wish they'd done these ones without the Borderlands skin. Because it kind of looks... The Borderlands skin looks cool, by the way. You seen these? You guys want to see these ones? I got them to send these me so I can send these to me so I can wear them on the beaches when I go on holiday. These are sick. I like these. But I think to wear outside of just sunglasses mode, I'm not so crazy about. Because these look sick, right? But they're full Borderlands. And the weirdest part is like I saw a guy fashioning these. And there was something about the orange that made his nose look weird. Because of the way it sat. But these are sick. I like this. I'll be wearing these on the beach, topless. You guys can't have those photos because you're not subscribed to my OnlyFans. Should I just do this all day? Is this the vibe? Are they polarized? Yes. These are polarized, and then the other ones are blue light filtering. And you can get them with different percentages. Hold out on buying though. I'm bumping my Gunner guy. It's been hard to get a hold of them. I think they're busy right now because they're prepping another launch. Because our code just doesn't work. I don't know why. Randomly stopped. Which is hilarious because I'm pretty sure I just got confirmation of them sending me a shipping for a new line of glasses that I'm excited about. I think the new ones might actually become my mains. But I need to try them first. That's the thing. I feel bad because, like, preferably Gunner likes for you to, like, have them send out the non-prescription ones because the prescription ones takes a lot more effort to make to see if it's a good fit. It feels very wasteful because then you're just like, okay, so I've just, like, had basically just the frame sent out to me in prep for getting, like, the prescription. Oops. Yeah, I'll think on that one. I don't know. Like, there's a few different lenses I'm eyeing up. So I might get them to send me, like, 2 or 3 different, like, ones. Because I don't know, I like the idea of having 3 or 4 different sets of glasses. You know, different vibes each day. It's like a fashion element, especially when you're in events. But guys, let's get ready to start the game because we gotta get ready for our first series of the day, which is gonna be our third place decider. It's gonna be 1 versus B. There was a person asking earlier about Vortex. Vortex is already played, my friend. Unless you mean for week number 5, his round of 32 is probably going to be in an hour or two. So we'll cast that later. Yeah, I don't know. It's always awkward when, like, for me to decide which glasses I want when I haven't got them in person. You know what I mean? I kind of wish Gunner got into opticians because they only sell online, but that's really expensive to be on opticians. Because, like, the thing is, like, a lot of brands basically buy out the space. They'll pay additional. Like, did you guys hear about what happened with... you guys familiar with, like, Virgin Cola? You know why Virgin Cola failed? They got too cocky, and then Coca-Cola went and started buying out all the fridge space at all of the different supermarkets. So, like, Virgin Cola went from #1 best-selling Coke in the UK to, like, nothing. And the reason, and this is very interesting, I didn't know about this. So, if you go into a supermarket, what was happening here is, like, you can't just straight up pay a supermarket to not house your competitor. Like, there's anti-competitor laws for that, right? That's monopolization. But what they found out they could do is they could give the fridges to the supermarkets. Now, these fridges are like over $1,000 a pop. So if you ever go into a supermarket or somewhere, check the side of the fridges, and if you see that it says like it has like Coca-Cola branding or owned by Coca-Cola, then you know that they bought the space in that store. And like this is it's a big deal per store, right? It's like if you are willing to give them all those fridges, that could be upwards of $10,000-$20,000 saved on fridges, right? And then obviously on top of that, Coca-Cola's usually willing, like they'll be willing to handle the maintenance because it's their own fridges anyway. Here they literally buy spaces for supermarkets. That's a little bit different though. So there's a big difference between like buying the space and like paying to not have your competitor there. And it's essentially like a loophole to not get your competitor there. But what you're talking about is there's, for example, there's an element of like if you buy from us, right, we're expecting you're going to sell it, because why would you sit it in the back? Like the thing that happened there is they took the orders from Virgin Cola, but then they didn't put them out on shelves because Coca-Cola like gave them fridges, etc., right? But what you're talking about is end of aisle placements. End of aisle placements are insanely expensive because the idea is like it's impulse buys, right? Like people know relatively what they want to get when they go to the store. They go to like they go to the frozen food aisle. They go to like the bread aisle, the dairy aisle, etc. But on the way, like you go down the center of the islands and you just see these different things popping out at you. So yeah, and then within those rows, there's also a cost towards the little like. As you enter the aisles, there's like pack hangers. Those are also premium paid. But you know what, guys? If you want premium when it comes to quality, but you don't want to absolutely break the bank account, reminder that we are working with AMD this week. So in a few minutes, there is going to be a link pop up. And what I want you guys to do for me, what you can do is click on that link. If you do that, it's an easy peasy win. It helps us and it costs you absolutely nothing. So please do that. And thank you very much for everyone that has been doing that. Continue to do so as we are doing these awareness campaigns. And do not click on the bracket. Come on, like use your brain. Like, mamma mia. Pizza da pizza. And also, I just realized, by the way, KPMM 5 says free. Oh, nice. I just heard from Tommy. More tournament ATR seeded players than ladder elo? Yeah, we're getting a lot more signups. I'm like the bracket is looking a lot more stacked this week. This is cool. Like I love this idea that we'll eventually get to a stage where round of 32s will like a lot of them will be tight. But guys, let's get ready for the first game. Damn it! I knew there was going to be something. There was like the mute, and then there's this. So I need to remember there's an option so that you can. I think it's the lock preview does it. Yes, Freya, you gotta go play. Oh, you brought me flowers. I mean, I guess it has a petal on it. I don't know if I'd really call that a flower. I feel like she wants me to put this in a pot and cook some spaghetti bolognese. All right, anyway. I don't know where I put this. There we go. Put it on the top of an old PC. All right, one sec. I'm going to crack a Red Bull and then we're going away. Oh, how do you like them melons? Behind my ears? Bro, There's not enough petals. It wouldn't bring out my complexion. Oh, that's good. And there's the link popping up. Exclamation mark AMD. It's going to automatically pop up in 30 seconds. When it does, make sure you click the link. Because we're just doing intros now anyway. But here we go. A well-requested favorite, and it is going to be delivered either way. B versus Wham is an exciting series time and time again. This time, though, it required a third-place match to do it. Thank goodness that KPMM keeps leveling up. That's right. Compared to Season 1, we have these third-place matches, I'm proud to say, and I am proud to say that we are delivering top-tier players, the type that you would expect to see in S-tier events. Wham up against B in a best-of-5. Let's get to it. Oh, yes, B with his Ottomans. Almost just feels synonymous with a lad over time. I gotta say, though, I think other people are starting to take his thunder. You know, B was the first one to Ottomans early days of the year. I feel like he made this his Civ, but everyone is staring deeply at this Civ and seeing the value of it recently. Just like I'm seeing the value of AMD. Shout out to them for always sponsoring us like this. Reminder, guys, click those links. It does help the channel. But Marlins for Wham. Now, this is the second time we've seen this on Danube Divide, this brand new map. First time was Voldemar, where he had a super sick strategy to hold on, hunker down, get through to the late game. I'm wondering if Wham watched that game from Voldy and was inspired, because he hasn't picked this here so far. Wham has been a big believer in the top 3, Mongol, Otto, House of Lancaster. In fact, I think every time he could, he's picked Lancaster on this map. So cool to see some experimentation. And I don't know if you guys are on my Discord or if you saw the comment like I got last night. It was beautiful. It was like, I think you single-handedly advanced the competitive innovation by years. Pros never used to try so many new things. The maps help a lot. And, you know, like, not to toot my own horn, but like it is true, right? Is by having these weekly formats, we have players doing so much more they never otherwise would. Because the thing you have to remember is, before Midweek Muster existed, really what you had is, let's wait for the next EGC event. And while we wait for the next EGC event, let's get inside our little bubble and let's practice, right? And let's grind and let's theory craft what we think the meta is going to be. And then you get what I call the clashing of metas, right? The clashing of ideas. You come into the big tournament, everyone has an idea of how things are going to play. Some people are right, some people are wrong. Right, I still remember this happening Rebel Warlord Legacy, where no one was quite sure fully what the Ottomans' value was. And I think it's Puppy Paw really came through with a really solid build. You have players like Magic, who literally had a day to practice their build that they then went and used against Marine Lord on LAN and won. But the point is that you have to adapt or die. But the cool thing is we're just seeing so much more rapid adaptation. And because it's also so rapid, this whole idea of secret strats and hiding your tactics, I don't think is as critical of a counterpoint to participating, because everything is in flux. It feels like every week we're seeing different dynamics develop, courtesy of the different players and the different maps. And this is definitely a different one to see. Not this opening, just the fact that mine's on this map. We're already seeing the pain of it. Yeah, Ottomans come on through, and I'm a little bit surprised that Wham went for the pit mine. I mean, I guess not too surprised, but the interesting part is he didn't try to build it on the forward. No, he built it on the back, which is an absolute disaster. Wham decided to try and contest with Donzos. I don't know if this works the way he's intending, though. No, his attention's getting split right now, and B. Oh, what a grab! Wham! Was this the plan all along? Have your opponent stretch himself in? Because, you know, he has to go defend his gold in the back, right? And when he does, you can pull to get the outpost up. Well, either way, if it was the idea, it was read straight through by Wham. The village is now going to get ran down. He has already got the reload shot if need be. I like the fact that he's just saving it. Like, stab them low, get them almost dead, and then toss the javelin afterwards. Won't be enough for a kill straight away. He's doing a really good job of contesting this. It's kind of dicey sometimes what you're doing here as Malians up against Ottos. You know there's a Vizier point coming, which is scary. He knows also if this outpost goes up, it's Doomsville, right? You'll be blocked on one of your very limited golds. Your opponent have plenty of stone to get into military schools. He's already getting a lot of stone. B, I think he might just have to cancel this. It's not going to work out, no. Wow, he reproves. He's got 2 more Donzos coming through. And the interesting thing about the Donzos here is as this scales up, it is like a very interesting dynamic between Imams and Donzos. Because Imams obviously can heal, but once you have enough Donzos, you insta-kill even the healer boys. Now, it does take 18 Donzos to do that. Technically, Dark Age should be over before we reach that count. Interesting part, though, is that B didn't cancel the outpost. No, so just loses the 100 wood. I'm confused. What was the value? Because it's not like you just burnt 100 wood to guarantee 150 wood kill, right? The pit mine is healthy. So B, instead of just getting the 100 wood back and saying whatever, he ends up just wasting. What have we got coming in now? If he cancels, he only gets a small percentage back. I mean, if he cancelled it a lot earlier, though, he gets a decent chunk back, right? Like, a little bit of a curious choice. I mean, if the pit mine was at least low, it would have made sense. And now the Donzo spam. Dude, I'm impressed. I don't feel like you often, as a Malian player, hit this timing right. Like, normally you get outpost rush maybe a little bit too quick. It's definitely execution-based, but there's been a lot of cases where Malian players, they just go for the outpost play instead. It's so much safer. But props to Wham for making the Donzos look so clean. Does Pitmine have extra fire armor? No, it's just the 2 spearmen kept coming in, so he kept getting distracted to fight them instead of just committing for the kill. It might have been there was also a repair in between there. But yeah, this was pretty grim damage from B. And now Mansa Quarry on the way, so Wham's going to have the edge there. Another thing that's scary here, this map, we've seen a need to move out for food at a decent pacing. B, how's he doing on that food? He's got 8 sheep in total. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wham, he's got 8 as well, but the difference is he can build the cows. Donzo's. Oh, wait, the outpost. He actually gets it up in the end. Yeah, but Wham, could he just burn through? It's a bit tricky, but now would be the time if you want to try. Because he can walk away, hold the javelins, and then come back in. Anastasia can chase away. In fairness to Wham, there really isn't that much value in the runes for him. Remember, they generate stone, and outside of arrow slits, you just don't really have a use for stone as Malians. But this is where things get a bit too ambitious. Yeah, Wham gets baited into an overextension. This is the dream. B gets deep enough that he gets the imams. Tech up is going to complete soon, though, guys. And something to be really mindful of here. The moment the tech up completes, Wham's torch damage is going to increase from 10 to 13. It's a lot more burst onto a tower at that point. A tower that currently isn't even garrisoned. No, and now the javelin throw. Oh, he gets just out of range. Torch is now coming out. Wham. He's looking for those javelin throws. Nice targeting. Just takes the injured target instead. Yeah, no point targeting down the imams yet, but... Oh, what a grab! B, the formation shuffling! Imams have to make a run for the tower, but that feels like a death sentence anyway. Spearman gets sacrificed. And reminder, with the upgraded torch damage, you have the capability to kill, but there is a rush here. B, in 8 seconds, will have fortifications. I just don't think he's going to have enough time. Maybe that Imam, he did buy a little bit of time here. But outpost now on fire. And reminder that B does not have a villager forward here. So this outpost is most definitely going down. Man, well, I'm just doing such a great job of keeping him at bay. This has been one of the most impressive showings in Dark Age from Malians I've seen. And remember, there's only one Imam, so yeah, he could just die. He's gonna go down. Wow. That's unbelievable. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. Malians taking an absolute dump on Ottomans from the Dark Age. Obviously, we're in feudal now, but really, they start to go wrong for B before we even hit that point. Another villager to go down. So 2 worker kills in total in this game for Wham. Archer spam is on the way, but Wham's already mirroring with javelins. This is an impressive performance. Come on, why is that still a thing? Yes, the torch bug. I can't remember if someone said this is actually easily replicable. The problem is the trick around throwing torches at enemy units. So to my understanding, it's a tick rate thing. So the reason it happens is, for those that don't know, the way that like programming works is per core, you can do an action, right? Everything is sequential. You can't have simultaneous like actions happen, but you can have them within like fractional milliseconds of each other. So what's happening is it's to do with the fact that like the order of things it's checking, are you attacking a building before it's then checking confirming that you're attacking, if that makes sense. So it's checking, are you attacking a building, so keep torch out. But then if you're at that checkpoint and then you click on an enemy unit, you're still marked as attacking a building, so you still use the torch. It's really weird. The bug is really easily replicable. Any melee units with ranged attacks can do them super easily. Yeah, but I guess so. Like, has anyone been exploiting that on the ladder? Because I feel like that's a very exploitable thing if you know how to do it. It might just be players don't do it because they know it's unintended behavior and it's really dirty. That burn down is real, guys. Oh my god. Not home. Wham is just going to pad himself further. We've got second racks coming in alongside the ranches. I mean, you have to be happy with this. The destroyed value tells the full tale. It's bad programming? I mean, sure. Like, it's one of those things that in hindsight you don't realize. Happening once is enough to just straight away win you the Dark Age? Yeah. It's like, it's unfortunate because you can tell players don't want to do it. I am just a little bit surprised I've never seen anyone on the ladder that's fully dirty exploiting this, though. Felt lame to abuse on tourneys. I love how honorable everyone's become, which is hilarious when you consider that our journey began with an... do you guys remember that? I think it was the second ever EGC tournament, or maybe the third. And it was just full animation cancelling. I remember the... I think... Was I casting it? Maybe. There was a grand finals game between Vortex and Marine Lord on Boulder Bay that I think was 6 minutes long because they just used scouts to animation cancel the other's dock, and it was a GG. Oh, thank God we've come so far. I think there's a mixture of, like, players understand as well. Like, sure, you could technically use the torch throw exploit here to win a tournament. So I don't think it's in the rules, technically. And, like, you know, you could do it a few times to say, oh, it's just accidental. But, like, they also realize that it's short-term gains, and short-term gains is exactly how esports die. So what I mean by short-term gains is, like, if you cheese your opponent out with Dark Age, Spear Spam, and Torch Throws to win a tournament, sure, you'll win yourself, like, a one-out payout of, like, let's say 7.5 grand. But you just killed the scene a bit, right? Like, the next tournament is probably going to have worse viewership because people watch that and, like, this is a joke, right? Like, I still think that stopped For Honor from getting off the ground with their esports scene when they had that huge exploit that allowed you to essentially animation cancel and beat anyone. And then thus no one took the scene seriously. So yeah, shout out to the players for understanding the importance of those type of details. This is crazy, man. Wow, what a comfortable position to find yourself in. What does B have going for him? Not a lot. I mean, he's got the double military score, but the Imam point already got sacked, right? And on top of that, he's got, what, 10 sheep? Against probably, yeah, already 5 ranches set up, another 3 cow coming. Wham is very cozy. He should have his tech up in the next 2 minutes, and I just don't think B can do anything about it. Oh, the For Honor thing you abuse it in tournaments? I mean, it's because they... I don't know. I just don't think they had any active admins understanding the rules, right? Like, good admins are hard to come by in fledgling scenes. And if you don't have them, there's so many awkward issues that can arise. Because, like, there are some people that just have the our own discretion bull crap, but that's just as bad. You have to be... Like, you have to kind of, to at least a certain degree, categorize what you talk about. Like, for example, one of the best ones I can recall in esports is Counter-Strike. And it was the, I forget the term, pixel walking, right? It was the 5-man, you guys, if you haven't seen it before, look it up. I think it was Fnatic or Dignitas, and it was the 5-man, like, overpass snipe. And they just, like, they jump on top of each other, and the guy at the top has a sniper rifle, and he's killing all the enemies in the spawn, and they have no clue where they're being attacked from. And after the series got played, DreamHack said, like, highlighted that in the rules it was not allowed. Right? God, I love myself some Counter-Strike. B loves himself some Sapahi, but not really enough to truly threaten here. No, he's going full Archibald, so he's looking for the dive point. I don't know if you're going to be quick enough with said dive point, though. His whole army's staying at home. Not to mention, it's a lot of Donzos to kill. Not many Sipahi to utilize. I think B, like, he's made the right choice. He's going castle as well. The problem here, though, you know, with this army, so he's leaning on the idea that javelins just die to archer mass, which can be true. Like, Jav veterancy versus vet archers. Vet archers can actually beat that because of the attack speed difference, and javelins overkill a lot. But the problem you're going to have here is the technological timings. Wham is already going to age up ahead of you, but on top of that, it's only going to take him 30 seconds to get his veterancies, while B's slow attack timing is still going to take him a minute upon arrival to get the veterancies. And on a map like Danube Divide, that's a lot of wait time. Yeah, it takes you about, what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds max to reach the enemy base from your own? Kind of wild. And we're talking with infantry comp. You might be wondering, why didn't Wham just add in, like, a few Sofa here? Sofa seems like a good idea, right? Not really. Not when you're up against the Ottomans. The Ottomans could end up going Janissary, and then you just die too fast. A lot of people think the map is good. That's good to hear. Good job on it. I think we've got it in rotation still. I'm trying to remember if we took it out this week. I have to double check. But, like, it'll probably come out the week afterwards if not. It's a cool map, but I think people just need more time to, like, massage their brains with it. Because everyone's just going to the same 3 or 4 civs. With a few exceptions, but not often. Yeah, like, sometimes you have to do that with these type of maps where if you leave it in too long, people will just keep regurgitating the same thing because, hey, it works. So tech up complete, B. Has got the Mango Cube. That's going to take quite some time to arrive, though. No veterancies cube, by the way. No. He's barely got any gold to get towards the technologies. Yeah, the front side gold gets blocked. Oh, boy. Wait, B. Wait. Has he got them cube behind art? Yeah, his veterancy only just started. I grow a little bit worried here for B. Because he doesn't have much gold, which means he can't get into his premium units. He's kind of just stuck with trash, which is scary considering that Wham is going into Sofa now. Yeah, I mean, he's got blocker, right? West side might be an option if B wants to sneak out to gold, but if he's going to do it, it has to be soon. It looks like it's a hard commit into Spear Archer. You want to delete Altai and replace it with this? So we actually have Altai in week number 5 of KPMM, but we're going to be using the EGC Altai. Yeah. Which, by the way, and Cavallo can admit it as well. EGC stole my thunder. Clearly, it should have been called Pigeons Altai. What was he said? Cavallo is like, oh, yeah, like a week after you asked me for this idea, EGC asked for it too. Wham's just taking a chill pill right now. Yeah, he's switching archers. Torch is coming in now. So he's going to start trying to force the fight. Still, no Janissary is being built, and it looks like B's being greedy. He's trying to go for the imams. Losing military schools is pretty expensive. This is the point in the game where they start to get valuable. Reaction is forced. Wham will back away. But he's just biding his time. Range 2 is queued up. He already got the undermesh. 13 vetted spearmen here for B. But there's already 14 so far. Difficult fight for them. Imported armors is already there. Wham has got the extra sustain, and he looks to commit it wholeheartedly. It's going to be a melee mosh pit between the spears, and now the Sofas leak around the back. B, his worst nightmare. He's out-calved as the Ottomans. And the Sipahi are just getting melted. What little is remaining of them anyway. This is going to be a chow down and a chow see you later. Mango gets sniped. The Sofa are just not dying. The imported armors is just absolutely insane. 7 ranged armor against 9 damage. You barely feel the pain. The B will be feeling it all the way through to next week. What a wacky game. Opening was pretty sick. You know, maybe a little bit calm on the feudal ages. Both players just build, but That Dark Age opening, not really your normal with Malians these days. I wonder what truly possessed him to do that instead of the Outpost. Probably the fact that the gold veins are so small on this map. Either way, it plays out well for him. No, we'll get him locked in with a win for game number 1. Yeah, I just don't see how B's meant to repro now. He's harassed off of the tree line. He can get stone, he can't get gold. Food is limited. And for Wham, food is eternal. So far. Well, it looks like B has given up now. GG. Malians, that is now 2 picks, 2 wins. A new Civ emerges on this new map. All right, guys. Give me 1 second. I've got, like, yellow stuff, I think, from the flower that Freya gave me on my hand. I don't know why I've got yellow stuff from a flower like that, but okay. So I'm just going to quickly wash my hands because I'm wearing full white, and I'll be right back. All right, there we go. That was weird. I couldn't see any like yellow on the plant screen. Ah, the AMD link popped up. You guys know what that means, right? You know what time it is. It's time for you to click that link and check out AMD's finest of offerings, the 9000 series CPU. I bet Anatan's eyeballing them now. He's like, I think that's what's missing. Vortex is fast. I just need a faster CPU to compete with him. How's it going, Anno? 1 second. I just need to... Let me drop that in the YouTube as well. As YouTube has been kind of enthusiastic to use those. In fact, I think it's in the description for people on YouTube. But I'll drop it there anyway, and we'll get ready for game number 2. Would be nice if Pitmine actually was getting damaged at this map, first of all. Wait, what? Is that what was happening? I thought he was just getting aggroed all the time. Oh, crap. Okay, good eyeballs, Anno. I didn't notice that. I thought it was just the Donzos just kept coming through and dragging him off. Damn. Should we double check that? I'm curious now. Here you go, YouTube. All right, bear with me a sec. We're going to have a look at this. Okay, recap and reflect moment. Apparently, it wasn't just the Donzos that were distracting B spinning on the backside. There was an issue with the burn down. Oh my god, what? Look at the health bar. Yeah, you're right. Fast CPU does help Anatime. My Ryzen is able to allow me to get 8 times speed. Look, now he's actually damaging it. Wait, what? Relic, please. Dude, that's a ridiculous bug. And wait, is this a map thing? Or is this just, is this the map? Or is this the small veins? Because if it's the small veins, it's an even bigger problem. That's wild. Holy crap. That's absolutely disastrous. I mean, I was looking at different things, and we were just seeing occasion when we looked back, the Donzos were attacking. So I was like, oh, the Spears are just wasting their time. And he must have snuck out to repair when we were looking over here. That is absolutely wild. Wow. Must be a small vein issue. Can someone clip that and drop it in my Discord, and I'll send it across the devs? Or one of the players that's in here, drop it to the devs. Dude, that's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. That makes Malians, like, I'd say a much higher tier on any map that has small veins. Is because, like, yeah, you get, like, you don't even get less gold, right? That's wacky. All right, game 2, let's get ready to go. Damn. It's the wolf den bug? Yeah, but I would have... So basically, then that would mean it's something to do with new assets they've added to the game. What's the schedule for today? So we're going to do the third place match, and then we should have 1 or 2 live series probably happening for KPMM. It comes down to how quickly people schedule. But failing that, we'll have a mixture of high rank games. I believe, and I need to check his data to make sure it's there after this series. There was a Recon versus SAS show match earlier in the week, which apparently is very entertaining. So maybe we'll have an ability to go check in on that. Game 2, by the way, we are going to be seeing Roos versus House of Lancaster. And it's going to be Dry Arabia. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, good eyeballs to Anatan and Eagle. That's why he's an eagle. He's got eagle eyes. All right, here we go. You ready? All right, it's elocutionary lesson time. Say it with me. It's House of Lancaster. That's right. The busted House of Els is coming out to play, and it is going to do so up against the former Busted Civ of Age of Empires 4. That's right, we got Busted Civ 2024 versus Busted Civ 2025. We don't talk about China. We can't let them get nerfed. The China audience is too big. Okay, into Dry Arabia we go for game number 2. Maybe slightly jarring opening loss for B after a very odd pit mine bug reared its ugly face. But there's no bugs to worry about here. Well, there's only a Civ that might bug you directly. Yeah, Lancaster, always a frustrating Civ, and one we have not actually seen much of on, like, Dry Arabia recently. This week, it's been fully focused around maps like Danube Divide, where we get these opening rushes in Abbey of King's Cheese, Cliffside as well. Because we're back to a more standard map, with a much longer distance between the bases, I'm expecting we're probably looking at just the Lancaster Castle build in this one. And look at the deer spawns, by the way. Whoa. I mean, he's not going to Lancaster Castle out here, but I kind of wish he did. Oh my dear God. Could you imagine if he does some Wham's Walls? It might be worth it just to inherently stop Pro Scouts, like 50% it. And then you obviously can play out here later with a white tower drop. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, I imagine Wham's probably going to play a bit more condensed, but against a Civ like Roos, it is feasible to go for this type of loose play. The only issue is obviously your stone's really far away, but you could Lancaster Castle into triple mana, wall it up, eventually white tower, and then you have the food to just pump out Earl's Guard. It's just whether it's worth the timings there, though. How are we doing on the sheep? 13 to... Was that... Wait, is that 13 to 13? Yeah, I mean, it's 2 scouts, right? But then again, remember, Lancaster starts with 1. Oh, it's not going to be Lancaster Castle. I'm so happy. Dude, I was getting ready for, let's just have a monotonous, standard Lancaster boomy mana game. This is cool to see. I love the fact that Abbey of Kings is leaking to all maps and not just short distance maps. Because remember, Cliffside, it starts you... Cliffside is like, if you start here, your opponent's like here, right? So there's an extra screen distance to reach your opponent's base on this map. I am curious to see if this is going to be impactful, though. It could make sense for Wham here, because he can just anchor on the deer on the west side, and I imagine you open with Hobbler to do so. And then when the Lords arrive, you can contest your opponent quite well. The only concern is that B could just open rush Spearman. Would make a lot of sense. It's not unbeatable, because the cool thing here for Wham is the fact that if your opponent opens Spearman and you've opened Lords, your Lords can contest them. But love that. We have got him play out the deer straight away. Okay. Will we get Wham's walls, though? That's my real question. I mean, the amount of wood he's gathering, he's got 7 on wood. He'll have enough for a production building. And the cool thing here, this is intriguing. Most civs, if they want to open Horsemen or Spearmen to contest Pro Scouts, can't really afford to wall because you need the wood here, right? This is your opening units. But with Lancaster, you don't use wood for Hobbler. So if this is a Stables beginning, he could afford to start walling this in. I just don't know if he's got enough wood to do both sides. A nice optimization there. He shoves the deer all the way in. B already going to start moving across. Tech up complete. There's a little bit of way to go, and I just realized, my apologies. Let me flip the names around. Should have done that at the start. Oh no, wait, what? It's just straight up mana. Wait, is this a bait and switch from Wham? So he goes Lords of Lancaster to make it look like he's aggroing, and then just switches full greed. Interesting. The scout's going to come across. Now, if you had more villagers here, you could actually just contest them. And there's the Wham's walls I was waiting for. We are on the same wavelength. Yeah, B sees it. He's not going to have enough time to easily react to it. Like, you can stand here, but if Wham just starts short-bowing in between building walls, plus with the Lord coming, I mean, there's nothing that B can really do to stop this. And there's the Pro Scouts. It's still going to be 1 minute and 15 away. In a minute's time, Wham could easily have the walls up. And then the only entry point is to go all the way around the back of your opponent's base, and then in, and then out again. You're going to get clipped trying to do that. This is cool, man. And this does set up that idea of an Earlsguard rush timing of White Tower, if Wham wants to go towards it. Second mana also coming in. Yeah, he's being super greedy about this. I like how the reaction is just becoming, oh, Roos is being greedy, I'm going to be more greedy. And if you want to find the sponsors, !AMD. Little tip, people, usually in the titles, in titling, will have the ! And then the command afterwards. What do you think, guys? One's if you think B's going to win this, two's if you think that Wham is. Because this is going to be, presumably, fast castle from both. Right, the difference being that Wham's obviously stopping off of the manas to buff his economy. And he is actually adding in the racks as well, surprisingly enough. And also, someone feel free to just redeem a timeout on Beer Barrage there. Yeah, you know why. Get that crap out of here. And Lord is going to arrive. They're not very good at stopping Pro Scouts because they have a slower attack speed. And they're very slow in general. But he might be able to just force... Yeah, B's going to be forced to at least drop it for the time being. I love these, like, okay, I'll just go around in a circle. I think B has the right idea. Just don't react to this. The Lords are way too tanky. If you try to react to this with archers, you're favoring Wham, because Wham is going to start scaling with the manas, and he'll have deer at home. It's just, obviously, this is a little bit annoying, because you did get the double deer stack on one side. It might get more frustrating. Like, I wonder if this was the idea from Wham, is that if you show the Lords and nothing else, B's going to just think he can safe tech, and he won't build any archers to protect himself. And then, on a delay, you add in the Spearman to your comp, and you're able to block him on the deer before he gets more than, like, a stack back. It's a cool idea. And it seems to have ticked the box as intended. High Trade House is on the way, but B does not have an archery range down yet. He has got the wood for it. He's holding on to it. And he will scout out the Spearman, so now knows. Still at this pacing, I don't even know if you build the archer range for an archer. It just might be straight up for the horse archers. Yeah, look, the timings he's got here. Oh, he actually goes stables. Wait, what? I'm a little bit surprised by that. Did he actually not see the Spearman? Because it was in scout range. Maybe Roost should just wall their side and not pro scouts. The problem with what you're describing there is, like, look how big of a wall it would be. Walls are very hard to do nowadays. The reason why Wham was able to do his walls is because, A, it was parts, right, here and here. For double deer, by the way. And the other thing you have to remember is the openings from these two players. Lancaster opens straight away with the Lords, which is an aggressive unit. It's going to catch you walling. B has a scout. He may have 3 scouts, but those scouts do 1 damage per attack. Are you really going to be able to kill villagers with those scouts? Right? Like, if I had to choose who's going to die doing a wall, I'm choosing B to die doing that wall. Wow, I'm now adding in the Hobbler. And B is going to be Archer plus Knight. So not Horse Archers, just the standard ones. Wow, I'm not too far for his own age up. This is looking like a King's College build, and this is going to get dirty. Guys, we have seen a lot of mass Lancaster Lords plus Hobbler builds in Feudal. We've seen a lot of mass Lords into mass Earlsguard builds. We haven't seen any mass Lords into Castle Hobbler builds, really. I feel like the games have been over before we reach that point. Because normally there's a dive by Hobbler where your opponent loses a third of their economy. The reason this is going to be scary is because the Hobblers will have access to a unique tech if he goes for King's College that will over double the damage on the charge. It's dirty. It's a quick way of killing archers. It's a great way of guaranteeing there's going to be no horse archers. And also, because the base damage becomes so high, it's not a bad way of dealing with a trickle of knights either. And there you go. It is going to be the King's College now on the way. Wow, he's got so much food to work with. He's still got a second deer stack over here. Why didn't B go the horse archers? Because he's building knights. That's the thing that is expensive. So he's just trying to be lean with his counter because you can pay 80 resources for an archer that is going to do 10 damage, or you can pay 120 resources for a horse archer that will do 12 damage to a spearman. So he's just trusting the counter system, but he doesn't quite realize he's about to get hard countered. Because look, Wham isn't shooting it, right? He's hiding it. Hobbler get revealed over here, though. Great blocker onto the first relic. Now, the Lords are going to go down, but he can still reproduce them. If you look, Wham has actually already got, what, 800, 900 food in reserve before aging up. But they should just be knights instead. Yeah, so he'll mirror knights. This is the interesting part now. If B goes either archer or knights, he can get hard count on both. That's crazy, right? But that's King's College for you. If he goes mass archers or horse archers, hill training will counter him. If he goes mass knights, collar of S's will counter him. It's an interesting dynamic as well to think about. +5 damage against heavy in a knight clash. These knights, the advantage for Roos is they get Boy's Fortitude for an extra 25 HP. But in a clash between knights, it's going to take you about roughly 10 to 11 hits to kill. So let's say it's the lower end of 10 hits. If it takes 10 extra hits, that's an extra 50 damage for Lancastrian knights. Meaning they will get over double the value of your Boy's Fortitude. To begin with, though, it is going to be that hill training. And I think the idea here for Wham is, you know, he can skirt around, kill with ease onto the warrior monks. This is in particular is going to be sick. Watch this charge. Look at that health bar. This is a light cavalry unit that is still just feudal age. But that was the charge. 16 damage per strike. And this is the cool thing about Hobbler to begin with, is like you can split them up. If he went knights, it's good for directly engaging with these guys, but it's bad for blocking relics, right? Like you need entities for that. It's like, wow, is actually going to just steer now into crossbowmen. Yeah, I guess like going hobby plus knights is still quite pricey. And it looks like Wham is thinking about size of comp, right? It's like you could go Hobbler plus knights, but knights cost double what a crossbowman does. And at that point, you're also just building double cavalry, which would allow B to just go spearman. Which isn't usual. We don't really often see spears. So he's going to get forced towards it, though. Other scary thing here, folks. These crossbowmen aren't going to be that squishy because of the lords. Yeah, getting an extra 4 HP per lord. 16 extra HP. That gives you as much health as you'd have in elite form, right? That's pretty crazy. Veterancy now on the way for B. It's already there for the Hobbler. And now look at that damage. 20 on a charge. Might look to use it as well. Yeah, he was a little bit too close. He couldn't quite get the charge out. The Lords are just obnoxiously tanky, man. Reminder, this is just with one extra Lord is at 270 HP now. Not to mention, you do get bonus armor with each age up on Lords these days. It's a very big change. And it implies the increased amount. So you can just snowball this, basically, Recon. You can, like, Elite Army Tactics plus the Lords of Lancaster health is crazy. The only reason we don't really see it used is because, you know, you're only producing out of one building, and usually people are, like, pop blocks. They just can't inflate like crazy. I reckon if Lords of Lancaster, if you could build them out of standard racks up to its full cap, you'd see people using them constantly in the late game. But it reminds me of like the idea of things like Warrior Monks. It's just very awkward to micromanage that into your production lines late game. Even though that's where it gets ridiculous. And reminder, folks, this isn't just bio units. This also works for Siege. We've seen people go for Siege all-ins and Feudal Age where their Rams get an extra 80 HP. Abbey's not selective of all military builds, which makes it forget your resistance. Do not forget it's also not selective of all military, which also makes you forget its existence, right? As the attacking lad that he is. Oh, whoopsie. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, why don't we have that? Alright, I'll talk about it after this fight. Hobblars are going to try to clash. Lords get fronted. The crossbows are getting targeted B. Is it going to be quick enough here? The problem is the Hobblars, they're not just accessing onto archers here. The crossbowmen, they do pull away. It baits the archers deeper, and now they're in range. For extra little bit of health, definitely making a difference here. The archer's not quite getting the one-hit kills anymore. A few crossbowmen able to walk away. There's a full melee mosh pit left over, and the Hobblars are going to dive to the back side of it now. Crossbows to the re-engage. Barely any archers left alive, and knights have been mincemeated. Only one remains standing. A big bloody fight on both sides. It looks like Wham is going to come out the better for it at the tail end. Just a few Hobblars remaining. With the crossbowman, the scary factor. And the destroyed value tells the tale as well. Wham maintains the lead on both army value and destroyed. And these Lords, just obnoxious. You've got to think about it in terms of raw size. We had an army of 50 on each side. And you had 20% more HP on that full army. That's the power. You know, even if you think about it, like, even ambassadors don't get that. Military wing with the boot camp is 15%, and it's only infantry. These Hobblard are meant to be extremely squishy, just benefiting from having essentially the same health as a standard horseman, only paying 75% of the price. Oh, there's that link. Quick, click, 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 click. Yeah, we just talked about, like, prices. I think there's some discounts right now on the Ryzen CPUs. I don't even know why. They're worth the full price. But I'll take the discounts. And WoW will take the goodies. Ball's now being played onto. We have a Yumi switch on the way. And B's now getting horse archers. Even though he was just up against hobbers. Oh, by the way, weird thing I noticed there. I don't think it's going to do it now. Was it Alt-C? So, let's say Yumi switch, Yeoman switch. I'm trying to figure out what the shortcut was I used. I used a shortcut that switched me onto player perspective, but it done something very intriguing. It done this gradual zoom out that I wish we had in the game by default. It was smooth zoom. So that annoys me because that means that it is possible for the developers to add that, and it would be a good thing for spectating, especially on esports broadcasts. But for some reason, we don't have smooth zoom, just like we don't have smooth pan, right? Like it's janky pan. For anyone who wants to know what the difference is, just go watch a game like Dota 2. The way it follows the heroes around and you can drag between heroes, it's always smooth because it's got like a gyroscopy effect to keep you balanced. Oh, there it is. Ugh. So what we've done is we... Okay, I'm not going to do that again. It's probably hurting your eyeballs. Who's winning? I mean, Wham's still ahead, right? The relic split slightly favors B. He has also got the high trade house, but Wham has got 4 soon to be 6 manners. Army comp? I think on the army comp, I kind of prefer... I might actually prefer what B has right now. Yeah, it's a lot of spearmen, but Wham hasn't completed the yeoman switch yet. And Boy's Fortitude is also on the way for this horse archer mass to buff it up further. He's also doing a good job now denying the boar. And wait, how did we just hit 400 sub goal when no one subbed? I'm confused. Whatever, we done it. Keep going. New target, 500. Money. And that is a jackpot right there. B, able to get the free worker kills. Manners are at least going to make up for that for now, but gotta say, I'm liking B's position in this. It feels like Wham, there was this opening which B had to hit before Wham would return to just raiding, right? Because that's what Hobbler should be capable of here, especially with the charge damage. He's been unable to whip that out. No, it just feels like what happened is B wedged himself directly towards Wham's base before he hit that timing. And now, if you try to raid with Hobbler, you're going to do substantially less damage than the Rus army. I mean, just look at the raw army value in this. It's going to be a clash on the flank. There's a few crossbowmen in this, though. B. Oh, wait, Wham. What? No, he's just microing the Hobblers. And the villagers as well. Several get caught. It's all falling apart. Wham! He's not keeping track of any of this. B. He's going to get such a good trade over here. Knights will eventually go down, but whatever. They killed plenty in return. I mean, the yeoman almost cost as much as a crossbowman. B, now we're a 14 worker lead. No doubt about it after this. He is miles ahead. Wham, just too many raids, too many things distracting him, right? Like, he had his eyes on his Hobbler getting them out. Then he realized too late the villagers were dying over here. But then he completely blunders on this fight. No micro means the Knights just get maximum value even into a counter. And now the break-in. B. He's going to be able to hit the area where the farms are being set up. Wham. It's starting to feel like it's going to take a miracle, and he doesn't have Lancaster Castle to provide that. No, the other thing that B's doing so well here, guys, the thing that he changed from last fight, why everything is so different compared to that central fight. He was losing that fight because of the health. The 4 lords were creating too much extra effective HP. So what did he just do? He split off into 3 different locations where the lord's aura is worthless because they can't be everywhere. And now with a momentous lead, he's able to go in for the direct clash. Lords not being targeted down, actually. Horse Archer's just going for that backline instead. He's like, well, you know what? I can kite the Lords later, and also I have enough damage to just one-hit kill these guys anyway. He has enough damage just to end the game here. B. Resounding turnabout. I can't believe this. Wow. I mean, it looked like he was getting that next wave of Hobbler riding. But in the end, the classic Roost Horse Archers has beaten him to the punchline. Yeah, at this point, it's a punch to the throat. Jumping towards the tree line. Wham, trying to weasel his way away. But remember, guys, this is not a white tower build. There's no giant, scary landmark to hide behind. It's not even a Lancaster Castle build. The manners don't fire back. The only thing that's going to return fire is that town center. And the few yeomen that he's able to muster. Impressive game by B. Hot damn. So what does Wham do to recover this? Is it recoverable? It has to be raids, right? Like, just a few Hobbler, just go into the enemy base, poke. It's going to be difficult with textiles being there, though. And then you still have to address this big army. You know, Hobblers in a weird way does kind of solve that still, but it's getting difficult, man. Like, if you're going to start using Hobbler to contest this, it has to be soon. I just don't even know if he's got the time for it. He has at least snuck back out into the boar. He's correct onto the very south side. That's now running out, though. Gold on the east is safe, and he's got back up there, so he will have resources for some time. The Sacred Site win condition also just got removed, so good sneak out there by Wham. B also now extending out onto the ball. And what is up, ZB0T? There we go. Now we got a sub coming through. Choo-choo, mother duckers. Feels like there's going to need to be a pretty big mistake by B for this to turn around. I mean, Wham, he has got Spinman coming. Plus the extra HP on them. But with this many Horse Archers, you know, this is the thing. Extra HP is nice when it's able to make a difference. But when you've got 20 plus Horse Archers, it does nothing to save you from death. Yeah, at this point, he's just kind of ignoring the Lords until last. Because the Lords are the only thing that would take more than one flurry of attacks from these Horse Archers. Man, if only Wham had Sync Shot, maybe you could just kind of whittle away at this slowly. But reminder, guys, Synchronized Shot is not cheap. No, it feels like a pricey investment, right? Wait, he's queued it up. Okay. So he did find the resources. Actually, yeah, in fairness to him, it's usually a very pricey investment. But remember, guys, the King's College gives a 15% discount, so it makes it a little bit less dear on the price. You're still paying essentially 600 resources for this tech, though. And the problem is you have to have enough Yeoman for it to be good. House have 3 times the value when the destroyed is the same. So it will be probably a case of like manners getting added in, idle time as well, worker kills. Like all these things add up. Like you're asking, how does he have 3 times the value? Look at the fact he has a 20 worker lead. How many farms is he on? Only 19 so far, but he's got plenty of time to pad himself. And we are getting him setting up the walls now, right? So all of a sudden, that idea for Wham to potentially raid doesn't make sense anymore. It's a good thing he didn't go for it. I mean, he could have actually hit it early enough. But instead, you can see Wham's main focus is on one big army fight to win. If he does it in this game, I'm pretty sure that's enough for people to take to Reddit and get Lancaster nerfed. In theory. Night. Have we got a reaction coming? I send the spears now, but it's already a few villages down, and now the full commit and send. That was the spell. That's what we were waiting. That's what we were waiting for. Okay, no, just get out. This is done. B, what a phenomenal turnaround, and we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe Abbey of Kings is only made for those smaller maps. We hope. We really hope. Otherwise, Abbey of Kings is going to Monk S us all out of this world. Oh, goodness gracious. So, let's mark that up on the score. That is now going to be 1-1. Swings and roundabouts. Is that one uploadable? I mean, that was kind of wild the way the fight changed. Solved. Lords of Lancaster have a weakness. That probably works. I don't know. I'm not sure about it. Like, the thing is, like, with spoilers, it's kind of weird because it's almost just like people want it. They want to know what they're tuning into. Next up, we've got HRE versus Sushi. On which map? Cliffside. Doesn't Sushi just get bum rushed here? I feel like I'm pretty sure that Sushi just gets completely bum rushed in this matchup, but let's find out. We hop into game number 3, 1-1 apiece in our third place decider for week number 4 of our $20,000 esports circuit. Wham with the HRE, B with the Sushi. And oh, it might be a Sushi. I can't say that because it will demonetize the video. That's a bad spawn if this is going to be a rush. He's safe. Okay. Okay, it's not going to be a rush. Yeah, I was a little bit worried because, like, you've got the... I mean, he was working. So you've got the Ford Gold, the Ford Berries, and then the Ford Mill. Like, technically, if Achery just kind of rush you here, this is pretty dangerous. It could still get dangerous, though, if this is, like, a Spear Archer opening for Wham. Looking at his spawn, he did get the back berries, the gold's on the Ford, the tree line's small. He hasn't really got a good arc in here. No. You could arc him for the double tree line, I guess, technically. Like, right here. And that would give you a lot of archer spam and also farm transitions. But remember, like, farm transitions can be a little bit tricky, a little bit greedy, considering that you're up against Shushi, which is a almost default pro scout civ. It's very rare that we watch a game where Shushi doesn't pro scouts. You don't like any spot for meditation garden here? Oh, that's fine. We can find you one, okay? Like, I charge tier 3 subs to do that for you, but let me go ahead and let's see what we can get you. You know, maybe we can find like a deal that fits your budget. Oh, how about that? Like, we get meditation garden here. I think you might be able to clip the stone and then get the double gold. There you go. That's 100 resources. 50 gold, 50 stone. The negative is you'd have to walk out into the middle of the map, and no one in their right mind is going to do that when Achery is on the other side. Right? Because Achery is just so fast on their timing. I mean, you can see on the numbers. It's kind of crazy. Shushi are usually praised for the very, very powerful tech timings. They're pretty quick on the tech ups due to the build speed and the cheapness. But you can see here that Wham, he's able to match it with ease. He cancelled the Archon. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's still going to be it. And we talked about that placement, right? It's like he set it up so he could actually buff this tree line as well with a lumber camp here. But that mini garden is pretty rough. He ends up getting, what, the 25 gold, 36 food, and then probably about 15 to 20 wood maximum. Not that great, but Cliffside's a bit of a weird one. Sometimes you do get those 8 berry stacks that spawn right next to a big chunk of resources, but it feels rarer these days, and also it's just so far out the base. I think people have realized that this whole idea of walking across map for a meditation garden that's good just isn't worth it. And a big part is that people have gotten really good at timing attacks. So it's much harder to take advantage of your greed because of the downside. Like, you know, you're talking about this point in the game where a tech up is happening. At 3 minutes, you've got 15 villages. Meditation gardens usually pull 3 villages to build. So you'd be pulling 20% of your economy, making them idle to walk far out, and then they'd have to walk back as well. That's pretty bad. So what's Wham's plan here? I'm assuming immediate Rax plus archery, right? Yeah, so Rax is coming. Because it's pretty obvious that it's going to be pro scouts. A, it's Shushi, and B, as he's now going to confirm walking in the scout, it's free on gold. Like, you don't need free on gold for anything else other than pro scouts, usually. I mean, there used to be that fast castle build, but I think you'd be putting more people on gold probably over time. And the problem here for B is, like, you're ultimately going to get counted on the opening unit type because you build horsemen. It's just natural. The other scary part is the thought of if you build the Chuganu here and Achery builds archers, they can just kind of min-max range you somewhat. The extra movement speed plus the extra 0.5 tower range is very good for that. In cheap check, we are looking at 16 sheep for B. Wham has got 10. B, I don't want to say he could have ignored pro scouts entirely, but he's in a pretty goddamn good position. 15 sheep at this stage is nice. Achery probably got similar, but obviously they eat it a lot faster. Yeah, this is one of those matchups that's always interesting to discuss economically because you're talking about a civ that gathers insanely fast versus a civ that gets extra to an insane degree, really. And what that creates is this very polarizing dynamic of everything disappears faster this civ, everything lasts a lot longer for this civ. And what that means is that Achery can actually get some very good timings. But if they whiff or if they miss them ever so slightly or they get rebuttals, Shushi are going to be advantaged heavily. Shushi. He's going to be cheek. Plus the horseman. Wham! It's going to be 1-1-1. Okay, but you know, it's interesting. I thought for a second that he was just going to try and do spear plus horseman, in which case mine work would have been disgusting. And he did just... Wait, he cancels it. Oh, but he gets seen. B. Yeah, you can't get this trick past him. It's going to be double stables. But he now has time to react. And remember, with Shushi, because of supervising, they're the type of Civ that can react quick enough. Yeah, this is the type of Civ that I trust to deal with things like the Olsgaard Rush Cheese. Because if they see it coming and they mirror the tech, they can just supervise to get crossbows out really fast in a way that other Civs can't. Same with the Spearman to block Horseman here. Wham is guarding both sides. Few Chuk being built. He's not going to rush out of the base. He understands that now with Horseman coming, he needs to pad himself. Yeah, because the thing that's weird here for B is he saw 2 stables. He doesn't know how long this one's been here. So for all he knows, there could already be a Horseman camping out, which there is. So good read. I wonder, if we do go castle... Okay, yeah, that's your atypical experience, right? Both players have failed to scout all 5 relics. This happens all the time on Cliffside. Oh, deer blockers are going to get chased away. An outpost up from Wham makes this look like he's fast castling. But I think that's a bait and switch. B. He's probably going to become aware soon due to this forward scout. Yeah, he sees it. He knows Pro Scouts is there. Well done by Wham, though. I love this idea of the forward outpost, which is obviously to protect from early rushes on this short map. But when you see someone outpost like this, it does look like they're fast castling. Right? Normally when you drop an outpost on this type of resource, it's a clear indicative sign that someone's going castle, especially HRE. So I wonder if that maybe tricked B a little bit to stay more defensive when he should have been attacking. He's going to look to try and do it now. He has at least been getting some deer home himself, but he's going to be mirrored, actually exceeded. Reminder what we said. HRE chomps through their resources quicker. But he's condensing it all into one location. I mean, I don't know why I didn't see this coming with the tree line. We always talk about this, that if you're going to pro scouts, you Arkin. Right? Like, Arkin on a tree line is almost a guarantee play into pro scouts these days, I feel like. Sometimes you do see Archer Mass, sure, and a few farms, but the idea is that you're just bringing the resources back into this buff range, so it doesn't matter that it's only buffing one resource. It's bloody powerful. 35% increased gathering rate with the survival techniques as well. Puts you up at about 1.3 food a second. Where's the lumber camp? You'd think he would eventually do it, especially without wheelbarrow. But not yet. Yeah, I think he's just getting strained on the production, trying to switch into archers. Maybe he wasn't expecting B to come at him this quickly. Bam. He's going to creep out north side. Yeah, these deer have not been touched yet. I think maybe one got taken. And, oh, whoops. Yeah, that's not an ideal place to drop off the deer. Yeah, there's an obvious spot here, but the auto drop-off is kind of griefing Wham. Which is unfortunate because, like, if this was an Archon place, say, here, right? Like, it would drop on the north side always. If you drop the Archon here, it would be safe. This is why you can't trust automation, okay, guys? This is why AI casters are not going to be taking my job anytime soon. I am clearly safe, and I'm not hoping them. Wait, what the... What the flid? Why? Oh, wow, not again. Dude, we had a game like this the other week, and somehow he turned it into a 5-kill on the other side of the map. What? What the... It wasn't even a rally. The villager was just chasing for the sheep the entire time. Oh, my God. That is someone who had, like, deep-rooted bad childhood experiences with sheep. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, man. And when I grow up, I'll have my vengeance. I mean, that is the game working as intended. Villagers seek sheep when they run out of sheep. It's just what would have happened is that Wham would have been walking past the TC at the time, and then the villager would have followed. Oh, that has made this quite entertaining. It's the small things, you know. It's the quirky things that build character with a game, I find. Especially bugs. Bugs can just be an absolute joy. B. He hasn't got many horsemen after that bout in the center. We were distracted by the hilarity of the sheep. And the horseman... Oh, that is a grab! B, he leaves the horseman in the choke point to try and buy some time for a retreat, but there's no getting away from this. Chuga too slow. The horseman plus archer's far too fast. And Wham will just run it down. B, this is an expensive army to lose. He got caught trying to switch into Palace Guard. That's going to come too late. On top of that, Wham is mirroring into Men-at-Arms anyway. But with an existing army on top of it. And now force off the gold. Backup gold is behind the base, but further out, something that might be dangerous to steer towards. B, still not to lose a villager, but feels like he's losing everything else. Behind on army value, destroyed value advantage for Wham as well. And I mean, B, you can't age up now without gold. This is something that Wham should know, so he doesn't necessarily need to back off entirely. But does decide to do so, showing quite a lot of respect. Yeah, he understands that he's got him down, but he's not dead yet. So doesn't want to overplay his hand, doesn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Well, now that the Men-at-Arms have arrived, it's another thing to frustrate you when you try to engage. In fairness, though, Men-at-Arms very good at diving certain types of town centers, not exactly good at diving Shushi/Chinese. The hand cannon slits are high penetration, remember. So extra armor doesn't really make a difference. Yeah, I find when you're against the Chinese TCs, it feels better to have bulk than have a focus of certain unit types, right? So, like, because of how much damage goes through, you get more value out of just having a flock of spearmen or something like that, or like some horsemen than Men-at-Arms. I don't want to say horsemen because they're the same price, but you get the idea. It's like, because the hand cannon slit attacks slower, it benefits more from attacking units that have this inherent resistance to archer fire. Of course, into the base. B just trying to double down on Chug. I don't think he's going to get a chance to, though. No. Outed off of his food source. Horsemen dive into the choke point. Only a few of them left alive, but the archer count is what's scary here. Villagers will hide inside the garrison points. But the Men-at-Arms are bogging down the repeater crossbow fire. It's wasting a lot of their effort. He dives onto the archers, but the second wave of horsemen comes in, and that should be enough to put B in his coffin. This is going to be coughing up blood after this one. Archers now with marching drills will be able to find their way onto the workers. Workers who do not have textiles. And from there, it should be a swift GG. All right, quick game. But we did talk about this like H3 Shushi matchup. Played a little bit different than maybe how we expected the opening to be. But H3 is just brutal in these type of timings, man. I think Shushi, maybe on like a dry Arabia, you could get away with that slightly more greedy approach, but not there. And wait, did I just see that correctly? That like, what the... I think YouTube is drunk. You guys want to see something weird? It's quite weird, actually. So let me load into the game, and then I'll switch over and show you. I was like, did I miscategorize the game? And if so, why is our 120 people watching me right now? On YouTube... Look, it's Inception. But, do you guys see that? So it says Age of Empires 4. But links to EA. Why? What? Is that like is that because EA has has bought sponsorship slots on? That's weird, right? Because it says Age of Empires 4. We selected Age of Empires 4. It shows 2023, but then the icon, and if you click the icon, boom. That's, I don't know if that's like some sleazy like ad slots you can buy or something, but it's weird. Anyway. Oh, sorry, I just realized we left, wait, did we leave Opera up? I can't seem to access it. There we go. It wasn't letting me click over. That's weird though, because it's like, because it's updated the, so it's updated the, like the name of the game. The name of the game is correct. Even the date showing is correct, but the photos, if you click on the photo, it takes you through to EA Football Club. Really don't understand hand cam slits for China, not in Dark Feudal. Maybe they should have Chiganu slits. It's because it's like China fitting, right? And if you give them Chiganu slits, it's a big nerf. Like, the hand cannon slits are really, really powerful. I get you from, like, the fact they don't have normal gunpowder units, but I don't know. I don't think you take that away from Shushi. Like, China's the one that's obnoxious right now more so than Shushi. But here we go. This could be the last game. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for our third place deciding set. We have now got Wham approaching victory. He's 2-1 up in this best of 5. And it is going to be a test between that is considered OP and that is considered overrated. B loves Jean. He swears by the maiden. But he may find himself maidenless, naked and beaten in the streets in the face of Wham's Japan. Let's get into it. And let me flip that score around because we are seeing Wham in the lead here. Japan onto Sunken Lands to try and cinch this one up in the 4th. Reminder, folks, we are here in our $20,000 esports circuit, week number 4, third place decider. Both of these boys falling victim to their respective parties. Vortex, who was able to 3-0 annihilate B. Wham, coming so close to a comeback, but denied in the end by Anatand. At least he'll take solace in still being on the podium if he can close out here. And, well, the Spearman opening is an interesting one. Into Jean, not as impactful as you'd normally like, and you're going to see why. Oh, hello, citizen. Have you come to hurt me? Never mind. Yeah, he's able to get the goal, but this is still an annoyance. It means you can't open knights. He has got a back goal behind his base, but you'll get the same issue if you walk out there now. Yeah, Jean herself is actually very good at stopping panic reactions to Dark Age rushes because she has 150 HP and regenerates. A single spear trying to hit on a 10 on Tinder, right? It's like, you know, your name's Cletus, you got buck teeth and a balding. You got like that little, you know, fried tuck look on the top. And when you smile, people could just imagine you go, duh? And then you're just there trying to beat up on John. Nah, ain't gonna work. School of Cavalry now on the way. Wow, I like this. He went out to the deer straight away. Because he's up against a pro skank civ, so this is just a denial of resources. He's going to do it now while he can before the knights arrive. The other cool thing here is usually like doing this with farmhouses. Liability against certain civs. Mongol's the obvious one because they'll burn it and get paid. But other civs that get raw entity count, like Spearman spamming civs, will burn these down. Knights less so. It feels very wasteful for a knight to come over here and just burn down a farmhouse. Right? You build a knight, he should be raiding, killing enemies. Not that you even can right now. Yeah, actually, B might be forced to open archers, which feels pretty horrible. I mean, technically, it's just one spear. Once he realizes it's just a solo spear, he should just be able to come out and push it off. Sheep hull. It is going to be 13 sheep and 5 Jeans. Wow, 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 wow. Yep, guys, I don't know why this is still a thing, but it shows you that the French are cannibalistic people. Because every time you kill a sheep, they become a Jean. I don't know what else I'm meant to read into that other than they eat people. Someone's going to make a lewd comment. I know. I'm going to stay away from that, though. Kura Storehouse is coming in. Really good spawn, actually, for Wham. Double tree line back. The gold is a little bit rough, but the one behind the base is semi-wallable, so it's not terrible. How does the tournament work? There's a tournament every week and then an ultimate final for the 20k. Nope. It is tournament every single week. And there is money up for grabs every single week. Our total prize pool across is going to be $20,000. And it's been an incredible value point for the scene, I think, actually. You know, we've seen so much innovation because of what happens in KPMM, I feel like. We also just see this realm where people who are just trying to persistently train and improve, get an environment to do so where they can A, face off against some of the best, they can B, practice a lot of strategies, also C, they can get paid some money that can keep them going as they pursue their journey to be a full-time pro. And I'm proud to say that with you guys who keep tuning in, is what makes it possible. And hopefully we keep on growing more and more, because if we do grow again and again and again, I'm pretty confident next time when I get to talk to World's Edge, we can angle for even more money. The dream. So, Wham, what's the goal now? Is this going to be straight up tech? No, he's adding in stables. I thought he might just go outposts and guard the gold, but in fairness, like, it feels really sucky to double outpost to 1600 gold vein. It barely feels worth the invested effort. Yeah, I think that's kind of been a pattern, is like, we might sometimes see one outpost, but I mean, you already kind of see the double outpost build dead for Japan. It very rarely happens. Even less so when you consider that you haven't got a strong gold vein. Season 3 of KPM already announced? I don't know about that. But I'm confident we can re-up if we keep growing. I mean, my goal, like, I think I've been quite transparent in my goals because I want them to happen. You got to manifest them, right? Like, the goal is to keep growing this, get KPMM even bigger, maybe get to a stage where we can get 30, 40k. That would be incredible because that would put us at $1,000 a week at least, right? But the other thing for me is when we get to that scale, if we keep growing, it means that I can go to World's Edge and also just go to like general sponsors and get them on board with ideas such as the Creator Invitational that I want to run for AoE 4, where we get a bunch of creators that aren't from Age of Empires 4 to come play the game in the tournament. So B, he's finally getting the first knights out. But this is a no pro scout build. No. Which means it does bring some liabilities with it. Uma Bannerman's coming, Horseman as well. He could get raided just as easily as he could raid. Melee Jean is at least going to be scary for now. Wham will look to back up, but the Spearmen are already a little bit overextended. Tatara being prepped. I like this. Wham just trying to milk every little ounce of damage, especially with Horseman scaling. How much sheep does he have left? He's got 18 sheep. Yeah, just so much fallback plan here. He's been allowed to exhaust the entire deer pack. Without survival techniques, a little bit of a shake of the head there, but I think probably Wham wasn't expecting to be allowed the deer for this long, hence why he didn't research it. And, I mean, the other deer is just not realistic. That might be the other details. If Wham had this deer a bit closer to the backside of his base, he might have went for the tech. But with just 1-5 deer stack, there's a bit of a gamble anyway. Probably not worth the 100 resources. Spearman. Not going to be able to get any kills, just some out-of-time force. And some consecrations coming in, so we are going to get the cheaper knights now. Reminder, though. The gold is usually the pain in the ass factor for both of these civs on Sunken Land. So the good news, at least for B, is he did get that backward spawn. Well, actually, they both did, right? So they actually got... Wait, no, did he? Oh, no, he got it up here. Okay, that's much worse. I was getting them mixed up. So remember, Wham's got his at the back here where he could easily wall. And if B's going to rely more and more on knights, the walls will work nicely. Not to mention, he already has a lot of justification in this corner with the 8 stack of berries. But this, I mean, you just can't wall this. Like this. This is where someone's going to be the rebellious child. Like, oh yeah, I can wall. Watch this. No, Timmy, you're going to break your ankle. And I think B doesn't want to break his ankle trying to wall that area. So we'll just have to accept it as it falls. He's going to be at least walling the south side. That's going to stop some rotations. When's the first match? The next week? They'll probably be after this. I think we've got 1 or 2 series we can hop into. In fact, guys, do you want to know someone that's pretty hype? Guys, do you know who's back in the KPMM? It was being asked a lot the other day. And clearly, after much demand, Louis MT has returned to KPMM. And wow, now creeping archeries. And B has no eyeballs on this, right? Yeah, he lost the scout. That's a good read by Wham to switch after he blocks like that. And we are now seeing him sneak out for the berries. Am I allowed to watch your stream on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously? It's actually recommended that way. So that then you can have it up on each monitor and see it from every angle. And have it up on your phone or have it up on your TV. Absolutely encouraged. I wouldn't even classify it as viewbotting at that point, because it's like, it's just making sure that your viewership is seen on both platforms. And that also helps out AoE4 as a whole. Not just so we can get bigger tournament sponsors, but it also just means that the directory looks bigger. Oh yeah, feel free to open Kick as well. Kick actually has pretty good ad rev. Just get all the tabs. Screw it. Okay, so B's just going Broad Night Mass. Has Wham baited himself into a mistake here? The Yuumi don't really look needed. I mean, he needed some answer to the archers, but in theory, the horseman could have been that. I think Wham just didn't like the idea that he was going to be full melee into Jean. Understandably so. Like, melee Jean eviscerates melee comp. Unless that comp includes heavy cav. Don't forget to do it with multiple browsers. Oh, don't get me started on that. You guys know, I think they might have fixed it now. Up until a few weeks ago. Maybe it still works, I don't know. Everyone open an incognito and test it. But it used to be you could actually open an incognito browser to count as a second person on a stream. I think they fixed that now. Wow. Wait, B? What is this fight? Questionable at best. Yeah, he's busy getting distracted right now. The dive by the goal grabs his attention, costs him dearly. It's gonna be what? 4 knights? 5 knights going down? And he killed maybe 3 or 4 spearmen maximum. A horrific trade. Wow. What an opening all of a sudden. He just saw his opponent move for the Northern Gold. And we're approaching Jean having to play defensively. Guys, that is an ugly look for the French Cav Civ, in particular when you play Melee Jean. Melee Jean is all about momentum. And it doesn't seem to be the case that we're going to be seeing any here. That was ridiculous. I mean, B. Maybe if you had all the knights there, you can kind of justify the fight somewhat. Even then, though, without the archer assistance, it just feels like a bullet to be dodged at all times. You know, B, what was that? Yeah, historically, B doesn't mind knights into a few spears. Uh-oh. Yeah, but the difference is, like, the situation, right? If there's something you're leaning towards, if there's something to break through, like, let's say those spears are guarding the only food that Wham has. It's worth sacking that fight just to block his food. But that was a, like, that was a tiny tree line. There was nothing else. There's no way that this tree line was of import to Wham anytime soon. He should just castle and get 7 springles. Oh, yeah, dude. Like, I mean, you're right. Well, like, why stop there, though? I think he should just go Imperial 5-head. You know? Just go Imperial, lol. It's very difficult to just get castle and go springles. You don't often want to be opening Castle Age with Siege. Because here's what would happen, right? Let's give you a situation. Yo, Dem plays. Damn, you got Castle Age. You're building springles. Whew. Sheesh. This map's pretty open. And there's also still 5 relics on the map. I think I'm just going to let you sit in your corner with your springles. And wait for you to come out. That's the issue. That's why we also start to see people move away from just always doing Clock Tower with China when they go castle. And wait a second, John? I thought for a second she was going to get pinched there. Very weird cleave. But Wham will back away. B. Now here's the tech up and says, oh no. He was saving himself, but it now means he's behind. Veteran C for Yuumi queued up. Of course, it was a floating gate at the back. The stables has already been dropped. Spirals is a great idea against archers. Yeah, but like the idea of like you just have knights to deal with the archers and the spirals clear the spears quick isn't terrible in theory. But it's also just like if you think about it a bit deeper, even when it works, even when we see it work, it looks weird because you're contradicting the dynamics. Is that springles are hunkered and slow, and French knights are fast and mobile. Yuma? Oh, wait. Did he not get the... No, he didn't get melee tech 2, so he wasn't able to get those 2 hit kills. Guildhall on the way. So if B can just buy time now, things can be pretty cozy. But what isn't going to be Kushki is the gold. He's got less than 4,000 gold left in his corner to work with. Sounds like a lot until you remember how much you need to go Imperial Age, the amount you're going to use on all your veterancies, and the fact that you're a civ that produces knights. So B will need to find a way of securing these mid-map resources. If he gets to the point where he has a guild hall pull on the resources, a Red Palace drop here is game-changing for him. Wow, I'm a little bit paranoid that B's gone to the flanks. And this is interesting, because it actually might be a case that B runs out of food before he runs out of gold, actually. You know what? I never run out of opportunities to talk about AMD, do I? Look at that. Glorious little banner saying, click me. Click it. Oh, click the link. Now, B, when it comes to food and gold, he's going to start feeling like a dual-core processor at this rate. Just not enough resources. But if you were a gigastack 9800X 3D with the extra V free cash, you'd be the truest of gamers and you'd have all the resources at your disposal to crush even the best of pros. Right now, Wham is an 8-core 9800X 3D CPU. He's got the berries, he's got the 4 deer, he's got farms already set up, he's going to have access to gold with ease, and he's also going to have access to relics. The whole world is his oyster. Which is weird, because you'd think he'd just want to eat sushi. Wait, that's not right. He ate sushi last game. Get it? Because he beat sushi. He down by 4 workers as well off those little mini raids. Now steer towards the north side. But Wham is in waiting. He's holding a small group of horsemen. Spearmen have not been upgraded, by the way, which is quite surprising here. Yeah, the Yumi got priority, but the Spearman got completely neglected. So he's just going to try to brute force him with raw knights. Horseman just poking a little bit. But B... Oh, it looks like everyone puts Baby in the corner. It's just... Everything is stuck here now. Right? His whole economy can be put in this teensy-wincy segment of the map. If you draw a line here, that's the border. His own TC isn't safe. Damn. Just suffocating at this point. Now samurai start to poke. The horsemen are at least going to be blocked on the north side. But behind this, it's a 5 relic game waiting to happen. And not just that. Remember, Japan is really good at getting ahead now in economy. There's a Yorishiro drop waiting to happen in that town center. That's just going to inflate the lead. Yeah, it has become an organic part of most Japanese builds. Usually it's the second or the third Yorishiro drop. Looks like in this game it's probably going to be, what, a third? Because we've got the stables. And we've got the house. I like the farmhouse detail. That's also been growing in popularity. It's interesting using it against the guy that originally thought of it. Like, B was the first guy to really believe in these farmhouse drops. We'd see him do 3 out of 4 Yorishiros in farmhouses. B now with the Arbor Switch. I mean, in fairness, if he can actually get the gold together for this with the food, Arbitrary has been the known solution in Japan. Japan always falls victim to the crossbow timing. Like, once the game transitions to crossbows, they suck for that. To make matters worse, you're against a civ that does much better crossbowmen than you. On top of that, the lady herself eventually will be able to giga charge that crossbow mass. But we are currently approaching 20 minutes, and Jean is still level 2. Oh, this is actually one of the most painful looking Jean games I've seen in a while. I feel like I've watched games where Jean dies 3 times and somehow it looks less painful than this. He's just not getting any opportunity to involve her. To make matters worse, you know, you're going to be doing melee Jean into mass mount samurai. So no ability to just stay back and poke. Wow, I'm just camping the base now. Yeah, goes to the burn. Because he knows the one combat maneuver B has here is a guild hall pull. But that's going to take some time. So he looks to force the fight. 15 Mount Samurai versus the 20 French Knights, but more reinforcements for Wham are on the way. Starts to retreat. He's baiting the Knights out of range of the archers for the re-engage with the spears. Brace comes through. He stuns a few. A good pullback just in time there by B. But the Mount Samurai in, they've got the Uma Bannerman charge, and B, he did not get his own charge. There is no buff damage for the French Knights. Level 3 Jean is going to come into effect, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. He's losing too much, too fast. And the ability to remass is just not going to be there. Divine Restoration couldn't even make a difference. Could have put a dent in it. Mad Samurai now able to chow down on the archers. Onimusha arriving, which will be the pristine counter to Jean. Just an insta-dunk waiting to happen. In fact, she might just going to tie to Yumi of all things. Wham will rise up 3-1 to be your third place victor in week number 4 of the midweek muster. Damn. This was some clean Japanese execution. It feels like this game can maybe be summarized by one mistake, though. I think B, running his knights into those spears early on, lost him all momentum. And from there, it just kind of felt like Wham went into confidence mode, cruising into this castle timing with nothing to hinder or punish him. G to the G to the Canadian, able to take it 3-1. But we have got more action. You guys heard me say Louis MT's back, right? Do you guys want some Louis MT? I think you guys want some Louis MT. It's okay. It's okay to admit deep down it's all you've been waiting for. Louis MT versus one of our community's own, Red Darksider. We're going to hop into that one. So let me go ahead and reset. We're in the best of threes, remember. Opening series usually are going to be quite skewed in terms of matchups, but we vibe. And I think we can also check in on Vortex's series after that. Louis fan clubs open once again. Dude, it's actually kind of crazy. So I didn't update the round of 32 bracket. I probably should have. I ran out of time today before we went live. But let me show you guys what this week looks like, because it's pretty crazy. Okay, you guys ready for this? So ignore the mistype. I just told Tommy about this. Has he fixed it? No, this is week 5. For some reason, it says week 3. But on the bracket, like, look at the player lineup. So, if we're talking about people that we could see in grand finals, the most obvious ones, right? Like, there's no offense to the other players, but, like, based on results, yes, these are the guys you like. That guy could be in grand finals. You've got Louis MT, Vortex, B, Lucifron, Wham, and then I'd say just below them, the next category would be, like, Kilyadi, Dumu, Numadon, sort of, right? So you've got 5 that easily you could see in grand finals, and 4 that you'd be like, yeah, they should at least make semifinals. Right? That's pretty stacked. For a weekly tournament, $500 a week, that's pretty damn impressive. Like, who are we missing at this stage, chat? So we're missing Marine Lord, Beastie, Puppy Paw. Did Recon not sign up this week? Recon, you pussy. So it's like Recon, like Messi was like, I don't think I want to do this week because of like Danib Divide. I'm like, well, you got to learn new maps. Like, they'll probably feature in tournaments. He's like, okay. And then this week, it's Altai. Boo. Boo. Forgot to add Myriad and Voldemar. I think like those ones I listed is like a little bit high. I don't think they'll mind me saying, like, sort of in particular, like maybe the surprise one for me to put on that list just above like Myriad and Voldemar, but sort of has been meteoric at the moment. Right? It's been crazy. Remember, in week 3, he almost beat Wham 2-1. And it was like, even though Wham won, if you watch that series back on the VODs, it's like, holy crap. How did Wham not just lose? I'm hoping, by the way, that maybe we get to start seeing some Mister. Because Mister is back in AoE 4 now. So I'd love to see him enter these as well. But let's get ready. Oh, whoops. I keep forgetting that so when you drag a tab away in Opera, it's like it leaves the browser thing. Need to get used to that behavior. So we have got Louis MT versus Red Darksider. So usually these opening ones are a little bit more chill. We just get to have some fun vibes. Let me see. Did Louis forget to make his data public? I think he did. Yeah, he did. He forgot. Oopsie. But Red Darksider should be open. He's open like a book, baby. Have we updated the title? Yes, we have. So, game 1 this week is on Altai. I don't know why I said it like that. It was like execute orders 66. Oh, I forgot to download the EGC Altai. Not like this. Was the third place match live or rebroadcast? We just cast it live. Dude, I hate this. This tilts me every time. God damn it. All right, I'm going to have to restart my game, aren't I? Yes, I am. Alt F4. Wait, if you're a furry, do you call it Alt F4 or Alt F4? These are the questions we need answers to. All right. Uno momento, folks. And then we'll be underway. Why are you M'ing me? Like, it's not my fault. Dude, I don't understand why it has to be so messy about auto-downloading mods, you know? Just do it. Download the mod. Oh. Who's Louis' opponent? Red Darksider. He's a member of our community. Really nice guy. I met him in Germany. Really positive soul. 765th in the world right now. So, you know, the thing I always say about these matchups is, like, you expect a 2-0, but sometimes you're shocked. Like, Marco Tambi, who was, I think, ranked 4, 5, 600, something like that, almost beat Dumu in one of these opening games. And the other thing is also, for a lot of you watching, actually, this is more realistic gameplay for you to learn from, because we can talk about the mistakes being made, or where it went wrong, and how they can readjust. But if you're always watching Marine Lord or Beastie, it's kind of bollocks. Not because they're bad or they're not worth watching, but for you, when you're like focused on learning and improving, it's pointless. You know, like you know when you watch those animes and the characters moving at like a subsonic speed and you like how could I do this? I don't even know what the hell they're doing. It's that type of thing. Like, you know, unless you truly believe you can play at the caliber of them, which is just like you're in that. Congrats, if that's true, you're in the top 0.0 whatever percentile. But for a lot of people, these players that are in like the top 1,000 rankings, their gameplay has actually got a lot of lessons that you guys could impart wisdom from. Yeah, we should stop watching Messi. Just give up. Just watch like the fat, balding guy who drinks too many pints each week playing the weekend league football, you know? Just accept the reality, you know? I'm not saying stop aiming for your dreams, but my point is, if you want to reach those dreams, actually, like what you'll see from a player like Red Darksider is, and what you can learn from what they do right or wrong, is going to help you a lot more to improve as a player to get your dream to reality than just constantly watching Beastie play. Because also the other thing is, like, if you're constantly watching like Beastie and Marino play against people in pubs and they're just stomping people, that's also an even bigger problem if you're definitely not learning anything there, because they're not even getting a matchup that shows you how they'd really play it. They're just playing a completely miscued matchup where, because of the snowbally element of like how Age of Empires 4 works, is that, you know, by the time you're 5 or 10 minutes in, if someone has made some small blunders against a top level pro, that just unravels into a giant mess that is like, oh, this game is, I don't want to say already over, but this is not how the game would standardly play out. Does that make sense? Right, it's you know what it is? The best way to think of it is, like, we talk about why peer-to-peer lockstep gets used in a lot of RTSs. And peer-to-peer lockstep, for those who don't know, is where I'll click to move my unit to the deer, and it will send the command to your version of the game and simulate that on your version. The reason why RTSs have used that for a very long time is so that every move is coordinated and done the same way. So yes, I do this command, and now it's going to move the same way. Because if you don't, let's say, like, you've done it on your local machine, and you, like, let's say I don't have my local machine and I just told you where my unit's going to be, but let's say there's some weird interaction, like something body blocks. Now we've collisioned out of path. Now we're desynced. And the thing about desyncs is, like, the smallest change of like this unit being here instead, right here, it it just unravels into a big mess where over time, this one villager drifting slightly off will drift further off. And that could knock another unit to drift that off, right? It's almost like, you know, when you've got like a bunch of floating little boys or whatever, and you push one of them, and then it like knocks the others, and they all just kind of ravel out, sort of thing. It's the ripple effect of it. So that's the mentality you have to take with these type of situations where you watch a high-ranking player play against a low-ranking player. You need to understand the lessons early more than anything else. We'll hop in and we'll see what lessons there are going to be early on. Do I have my mod around to update the bracket? Can we do the bracket update as we're hopping into the game? And for a second, I thought that was a small gold fan. I was about to have a nightmare again. So this is EGC Altai. It's going to be our default map this week, and it is a wee little bit different to look at, actually, because we have got still got the Forgotten Ruins, but the trade posts have been shoved forward a bit. I would rather have them shoved further forward, to be honest with you. This isn't exactly what I was hoping. I wanted to be here. But I believe one change that was made is that is there one less 8K and there's 4Ks instead? In the corners, right? So the 8Ks are more contested. I am a bit heartbroken in some ways about this. Is that the mountains are more consistently bulked. It breaks my heart a little bit because I actually liked the crazy little pass that you got in Altai, if you remember. Same with that was the one thing I liked about French Pass, is like you got these areas where you could just kind of sneak through the mountains. But I think a big goal with this version of Altai was to fix that RNG factor, if someone would get that crack in the opening and the other wouldn't, in conjunction with moving these trade posts to be a bit more vulnerable. And also, it seems that I think you, and Cavallo can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, you consistently spawn this pass next to the trade post location. So it gives you a little bit of variance between south and north as the way you trade through, which can come in handy depending on like where someone tries to block you out, etc. I, for one, would actually kind of like to see Altai have 2 cracks. Like, or a different map similar to Altai. You'd have like this crack here, but then you'd have another one down here. Yeah, so almost just creating the Dota 2 laning logic, but then you have the jungle to gank through. Ah, it can spawn anywhere on the cliff. Okay, I spawned it only like once or twice before this. So I guess I just locked out and had this situation where this happened. So Red Darksider, he went for the Spearman opening. This has unfortunately become much less impactful against Malians in recent times. Atri is still one of the more nuisancey civs for it. But the problem you've got is that the new build allows you to set up an outpost and club the sheep here so that there's no burn damage accessible. Red Darksider could have actually followed this up by potentially dropping an outpost. It just really wouldn't have achieved much. I don't rate Dark Age rushing Malians that highly with this new build in conjunction with the map. The map makes your life hell. Look at what he's now doing. He's just wandering off. So, like, you could maybe run around and try to stab at the back. But if you do that, there's nothing back here, right? Whereas if this was a more open configuration, the secondary gold, you could hop between the primary and the secondary and be annoying. I like that from Red Darksider. Okay, that's pretty cool. We never see people go for the Forgotten Ruins. But reminder, HRE is subtly broken on this map. That's right. There is 7 relics in total on Altai, making this theoretically the single best map in the game for HRE, or any civ that highly desires relics. But HRE is king for that. Because you've got 5 default relics, and then 2 when you add in the Forgotten Ruins. Yeah, the only unfortunate detail for Red Darksider is like this early on, digging to excavate the relic feels pretty rough. You know, down the line it's nice, but there's still going to be 5 relics for you to contest, so rushing Castle would feel better. And if you're planning to rush Castle Age, you don't really want to be idling a villager all the way out here. And yes, you have to garrison a villager, which he hasn't pulled one for yet. Maybe he just wants to keep it as a variable objective. I mean, in fairness, there's nothing else to do, but this is what I don't like, is that Red Darksider, so, you know, in hindsight, you probably could have ran straight across the map and seen the opening. And if you saw the opening, you would have known that you didn't need 3 spears. Like, 1 spear is usually enough to get this reaction out your opponent. And if you get this reaction, you actually feel pretty good about it. You know, building one spearman, so that's going to be 150 plus the 80, that's 230, but you force them to invest 100 of their starting wood on an outpost, while also slowing down the pit mine housing situation, right? It's not a bad deal. Especially considering that spearmen still keep value in the Malian matchup, because Malians don't like opening archers, they want to open javelins. And March and Drill Spearmen are super effective against Malis because of that. Right? They chase down javelins really well, they counterplay Sofa. He's going to come home. I mean, deer shoving doesn't really work. Yeah, this is rough because he went Arkan. So a little tip around Arkan. I mean, in this configuration, it might have actually just been worth dropping on the gold. Because the problem you now have... Like, okay, I'm going to say something crazy, and people are going to judge me deeply like I'm crazy, but hear me out. Arkan here. Altai is a super defensive map. You could just short wall here and here, and you'd have an Arkan which is going to buff you for about 2,500 food over here, as well as a fat tree line and gold. On a standard map like Dry Arabia, it's a death sentence to have an Arkan that far out. But especially if you think you're going to play aggressor, which you're either going to aggressively age or you're going to try to attack a Malian player, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because the other thing is now you're just going to be moving out for food, and you won't have the buff rate. And how many is he going to put there? Like, if he puts 8, for example, you 100% should be building a prelate. Just like you guys should 100% be clicking on that AMD link. Shout out to them sponsoring the channel again. If you want your game to be featured, make sure to click the link. Archery Stables coming through. And just to remind people, Red Darksider's rank, he's not a complete slouch. He's 767th in the world right now. So yes, not a top 100, but the type of player that people can like learn from and look at and kind of relate to the gameplay and understand how to bridge that gap between what you're doing now and what you want to do next. Looks like we have got the ranches starting to fill out. I think Louis is just going to rush castle. Or semi-rush it. And Red looks to go on the offensive. It is going to be a 1-1-1 build. Yeah, so... He did force Louis to go archers, which is pretty good. The fact that Louis rushed into double archer is kind of surprising, actually. But I think Louis thinking about this 2 steps ahead is that if you can justify archers now and then get to castle, you're really, really happy. Because remember, when you get castle age, your optimal composition is to go into both Sofa plus Archer. If Red wanted it all in, I would have preferred to see mine work. Agreed. I don't think that an Arkan tree line play makes sense here for all in. Because, like, I get the idea, you can get archers. But, you know, in a realistic world here, if you build archers, your opponent should just be building javelins. Now, it's like looking better for him because Louis went archers instead. But, like, usually it would be Jav to rebuttal this. And the other thing about playing mine work is if he played mine work, you know, he's just sticking extra pellets out here. Like right now, he has what, 12 people on food? So a third of this is just absolutely not getting buffed. And it's going to be worse than that soon because the sheep runs out really fast with Arkan play. Not to mention now because Louis has reacted to archers and an archer off. Even if you went mine work, it's still better because of the timing you get here. Like he's got Steel Arrow coming in, sure, but it feels a little bit pricey. With mine work, you could have been at probably about 9 to 10 archers and had Steel Arrow complete by now. And that does matter a lot because of what Red Darkside is trying to do. Like this is a very offensively orientated timing. Louis, well, he doesn't see this. It looks like Red will be able to creep around to the second pit mine. Oh, and that could be one hell of a hit. Steel Arrow hasn't come through yet. Louis, no immediate reaction. Red gets right on top of him. Beautifully done. He pinches him. Louis will look to walk away, but without wheelbarrow complete, that's going to be -4. A huge hit for Red. Okay, that was sick. You cheeky son of a gun. Crept all the way wide, just unseen. Now, he does have the ranches to make up the difference, and also the Arkan buff that Red had is now coming to an end. You're seeing him adding in additional prelates. He needs to get out of here. I think, actually, a great opening, but maybe a bit of a blunder here. Red walks back the same way. He wasn't expecting there to be a reactionary force. Had he just walked north, a game changer, right? Like, nothing is lost at all. He still has numbers, but there is a concern after rippling a few deaths like that. With the quality of Louis' army, he's well positioned for the next fight, right? Like 4 Sofa, 11 archers. Hasn't got blacksmiths as his weak point. I'm starting to wonder if he actually wants to go blacksmiths. It feels like he's just fully focused on getting towards Fulani. Yeah, for good reason. Like, you're not actually that threatened about a race for it either. So I think, like, if Louis needs to slow down, he can, because your opponent isn't rushing castle to go relics. Which is usually why you just panic rush into ranches, right? To try and get your timing with a few Sofa alongside it. You want H or E variants to be able to produce beer? It's historically accurate? Excuse me, that is a stereotype. Not all German people drink beer, okay? Unbelievable. Some of them drink schnapps. There's a lot of horsemen from Red. And also, when they drink beer, they drink it fancy. If you've never met a Bavarian, then you don't know. Bavarians, they bring you the fancy wine bottle-ish type beer. Or at least it kind of looks like a wine bottle. Man, Red is really fixated on this all-in. I don't like the positioning of it. There's an outpost you're going to have to dive past. And Louis not being overly greedy, right? Like, although he's gradually going for that Fulani timing, he isn't just raw rushing it. He understands the importance of this comp. And also, he just gets so much value. Like, the biggest problem that the Red has in this game is his all-in fundamentally doesn't make sense when you're enabling Louis to build like this. It's weird because you'd think Louis would be deterred from building archers against this many horsemen. Men-at-Arms switch is curious by Red. The big problem with going Men-at-Arms here is this is like one of the worst civs in the game to build H3 Men-at-Arms against. And oh, what a great raid. Louis just creeps in on the gold, gets a freebie. But mirrored in kind, Red. That's one hell of a dive. Jumped straight in, but didn't get the surround. Oh, man. Hey, look, you can either have the beer or you can have the schnitzel. Red wanted the beer and the schnitzel. Did you guys see what he done there? He tried to grab both groups of villagers instead of one. I think if he focused on this one group, he would have pinned at least 4 villagers and got the kills. Especially considering there's no textiles here. Gets chased away. Now, back to the Men-at-Arms point. The reason why Men-at-Arms is really, really bad against Malians. Musafadi are a cheap and effective counter. But even if you don't get Musafadi, Sofa are too. Sofa do 19 damage versus your plastic 10. This is just a Men-at-Arms on horseback. And the difference in cost is not substantial. It's 60 more resources. You could trust a Sofa to beat 2 Men-at-Arms, right? Or maybe not outright beat, but it'd be very close. Now the Sofa clash with the horseman. Nice blocker there. Protects his archers. Goes to the trade out. Louis is just 15 Sofa in feudal age. Yeah, and Red just doesn't have the spear numbers now. He's also just been very greedy. One hand in the pocket, right? Trying to play for the castle. I like the intent from Red, but like my big recommendation to Red Darksider would be try practicing some mind work builds. Like you are very much focused on a timing attack here. Also, the idea of playing into like castle and playing bartered knights is pretty cool. It essentially gives you like a better version of the Sofa. Not as your main target, but as a backup plan. It's pretty cool. Louis. Just burning the blacksmiths to make sure there's no extra scaling text. Looks like Red is going to try to take the plummet into castle. Has stuck out into the ball. But Louis is ready to go. It's 20 ranch. Yeah, he's got double ranch dressing at this point. So Fulani is going to be as good as it can get. Meanwhile, Red, he's down by a few villages here. Has he? Oh, no. Red, we got to talk, buddy. So there should be a difference of none. No, there's no textiles, and Red's killed an extra worker. He built an extra prelate. Red should be at the exact same worker count as Louis. He's missed out on 10% of his potential economy because of skipped worker production. That's a big deal. Yeah, and I think Louis, now the tech out complete. I mean, Red, what happened on this gold, man? Just a bit of a miss macro. Regnit's now being prepped, but if Louis just turns towards the base now, with 20 seconds to go on veterancy, he has the perfect dive point here. Some weird-ass wolves. I like how Louis just going full stonewall instead. He's like, oh, wait, Marlians are a good trading serve. Let's set up for that. Red needs to be very careful about positioning here. If Louis gets a whiff of what's happening, the dive will kill you before you get anything out that would counter this. And it is time. Louis, veterancy just completes so fast. Does see the army. Gets a little bit hesitant. But Louis, once he hears that tech up noise, I feel like it's just going to be full gung-ho here. It's so many so far. And veterancy's already in for his archers, and there's the confirmation he needed. So dives on in. Goes for the immediate pop block. We'll need the second house to achieve it. But the spear count is not high, folks. No, not even double digits here. And look at what Louis is doing. Red, whoa. Careful, he's being baited. Louis is trying to get him out in the open where the mass sofas can just win. So he has the right idea backing up. But Red, a little bit of a just everyone attack moment there. Isn't exactly splitting up the comp in a way that maybe keeps it alive a bit longer. Not that I think there's an easy way of doing so. This game looks over. Crossbows are trickling out way too slow. And Red has just lost track of it all. Game one, Louis just able to overwhelm. And a respectable start, by the way, from Red Darkside. I think we can agree here. Nice raid. Love the play onto the back pit mine. Mistake there is going back the way you came. A little bit predictable at that point. Your opponent sees you going from the vision on the pit mine. But outside that, for what he's trying to achieve, might have made more sense to play mine work. The other thing I'd always say to him, and I say this to a lot of players, is easier said than done, especially when you're playing against some of the best players in Age of Empires 4, because they pressure you in ways that is not apparent to just casual viewers. Produce villagers. He seems to be so focused on making sure that he's on point with the micro that he was just skimping on worker production at multiple points. Either that or it's the housing. I reckon it was housing. I feel like... So, in the early game, it's usually people trying to optimize the food usage so they have no excess. They just queue one villager at a time. But then around like 9 or 10 minutes, if you're starting to see that develop, it's probably due to housing. I'd have to go back to double check for sure, but I feel like that's what happened there. All right, game two. It's going to be Cliffside. Roos versus Delhi. All right, and in we go. Let me update the map because we are now going to be finding our way onto Cliffside. Roos versus Delhi. Well, the good news for Red is it's not a BS spawn. Sometimes Cliffside has this habit of spawning with triple Sacred Site right next to each other, and it almost feels like an insta-Delhi win. But this matchup's pretty intriguing. I think both sides have some timings. On a short map like this, though, I do quite like the Delhi. The reason is that Pro Scouts is your prerogative, and therefore being close to the enemy base can feel pretty bad. Would triple Sacred Site on one side be enough for restart? I feel like it would. I feel like you could justify calling for it. I don't know, because like we have Cliffside in other tournaments, and has it been called for in the past? I feel like it's never been called for, which I will say surprised me. I feel like it's the type of thing that I would have expected people to yell, I need a remake for. Yeah, definitely color me a bit surprised on that one. But like, I don't know, maybe we need another alternate Cliffside. A little bit surprised we didn't actually have an alternate Cliffside because of that detail. I guess it's because Delhi kind of fell off in popularity. They're not as much of a top tier pick anymore. So how are we doing on the rotation? Louis is at 15 sheep. Red only got 11. And he's got, what, the corner left to rotate to? Unfortunately, it's only got one sheep in it. And the second scout is now going where Louis has been. So Louis is just going to win with that final corner scout. Yeah, so 12 sheep to 18 is pretty rough. Especially considering we're just 2 minutes into the game. So you can't even blame this on the berries. But this is one of the things nice about Delhi into Rus as well. It's a civ that is going to be able to keep its scout out. So even though it's going to be up against double scout, because you don't ever have to rotate back and your opponent does, you can tend to steer more towards 50-50 splits than like other civs are capable of. Louis, looking at the spawn, double Ford gold. I mean, it's a contest point for some civs, but I just don't think it's a contest point for Rus. You can't outpost rush this. A wooden fortress is too expensive. And also, Rus players always just want to do one thing as pro scouts, right? And because you want to do pro scouts, you don't get to aggro this on the opening. We have seen a few people trying to do like these spear rushes against Delhi. I don't think Rus is one of them that should really be going there. Yeah, like usually when we're talking about spear rushes against Delhi, we're talking about civs that have advantageous openings, right? A reason to do it. So you're talking about civs that, for example, will get a buffed gathering rate on food, or they'll get their hands on a cheaper production building, or double production. Even then, like of the games where I've seen people do that against Delhi, I'm not rating it highly. It just feels very hard to justify the payoff. And what? And Nani? We've got a Kremlin build. So Cliffside was the map for this, but this has been a dead landmark for a very, very long time. Red, he's trying to play this like old school China Delhi. It's a really good map for it as well, usually, but his spawn kind of sucks for it. Yeah, normally this play looks really powerful when the tree line is spawning forward. So like a Kremlin drop, say, here, because then you can buff your tree line. But this buffs nothing. Like, you have straggler trees and nothing else. That also means this is not a Pro Scouts game, which worries me because, remember, he only has 9 sheep left. If this is a Pro Scouts game, his timing is going to be horrible. So Red's trying to go for an attack pattern here. I think your best bet is to play Archer Spear. Because then you can just keep falling back and hugging the Kremlin. And then on a delay, maybe add in 1 or 2 knights to raid. I mean, props to him for being different, man. And Louis sees it's like, huh? What does this landmark do again? I don't think I ever see it anymore. So yeah, China and Rus used to actually be the most dominant picks on Cliffside because of the nature of the ramps. The short route to your opponent's base, this ramp here, it's always key to control this because it gives you dictate over whether it's going to be an attack game or a defend game, and either way, your advantage, right? Against Delhi, it had the added benefit of stopping the Sacred Site win condition, but like with China and the Kremlin Rus, you just plop it in this type of area, and it blocks double ramp. It also gives phenomenal vision over any early rotations. You can see he sees the ramp over here. He glimpses this one as well. So it's very hard to sneak things by these plays. Let's see what Lou's going to do about it, though. Ball pull is pretty cool. This does mean Red's going to have to open spears, though, right? Because your assumption is you're going to be up against Ghazi. It's a pretty reasonable assumption, considering it's the best unit Delhi have. No, he goes archers. What? I think what has happened here is Red's got in his own head about efficiency. Because we should be getting, what, a wooden fortress? No, he's just going to straight up go with the infantry he talked about. Okay. Because I think... So you can open archers here if you just stay on guard in the Kremlin. But it means you can't just go and approach straight away. Which is unfortunate, because I think if he went spearman, he could have forced his opponent into archers. Wait, what? He needs the wooden fortress. Yeah. Did he get scouted? He's about to be. Okay, so like everything's a little bit out of whack now. This ball, where did it start? Did it start exactly here? Because if so, it might have been worth pulling to the primary tree line, and then you can Kremlin, and then you can kind of do a weird lumber camp debuff. Because, guys, this is very expensive with a Kremlin build. The wooden fortress, I mean, it's ridiculous. The idea is the first wooden fortress is the Kremlin, and that buffs your tree line. But, you know, he never was able to get that effect, right? Because of how far forward it is. I wonder if he could have built this, like, 2 tiles further back. Nah, it wouldn't have been worth it. So Rack's now coming in. This is a very different style of play. Blacksmith tech's already queued. Louis pretty confident about his position. The Skulls are going to start moving out, but there are at least scouts there to deny that. Sneak one of the berries. I like this from Louis. Your opponent's got an infantry comp, so it means he can't really raid you. And you're seeing how expensive it is the other way, right? When you've got the situation where I'm going to build an outpost, but you're going to build a Kremlin, that's a 75 wood difference. Now, yes, it means you're going to protect more of your workers, but the funny thing is, like, if Red's only going to play infantry, then one outpost is pretty good. Because the idea is you garrison, your opponent's squishy units die, they start dying, and you've already ran off. Whereas if it's like Knights play from Roos, you have to double outposts because your villagers can't outrun them. So what's Red up to? Because it feels like he has attack timing in mind here. One rough part, though, we're about to see a game where Delhi are absolutely going to win Pro Scouts. Because they're the only ones going for it. And there is a lot to Pro Scout. 28 deer on this map. None of them being touched at all. The interesting part is, like, Red isn't thinking about Castle at all. In some ways, I thought maybe he'd be able to justify that just off the Kremlin alone. Like, it's good merit, right? Like, your opponent can't get the triple cap. What worries me about the fact he's not considering Castle is that Louis is. So, Red is now tick-tock on the clock. We need to find an attack point quick. And the concern about that is Louis now has Pro Scouts. He has 5 scouts. So your opportunity to attack is quite limited, right? The only target that would make sense is here, the gold. But what doesn't make sense for this attack pattern is the fact that Red doesn't have blacksmiths. Did he forget about it? I feel like he did, right? We're 10 minutes in by the time he's plopping it down. The timings just don't align. Knights now get queued up behind. Red, he just needed more speed. Like a Ryzen 9800 X3D. The 9800 X3D would have had this blacksmith up at 2 minutes in. Steel Dow researched at 3 minutes in. With undermesh as well. None of those numbers make sense. That's how I feel when I look at the ridiculously effective CPUs from Red. I'm sorry, I had to do it. Another wooden fortress? Okay, he's at least got the primary tree line buff now. But, like, you've built a Kremlin only to then build 3 wooden fortresses. This is so expensive. 700 wood worth of, like, fortifications. Well, actually, it's not 700, right? Like, because he didn't build. But even, like, minus that, right? The triple wooden fortress is 525 wood. That's quite pricey. That's a third of what it would take you to get a castle. Speaking of castle, Louis is still contemplating it. Oh, wait, sorry, I was already there. My brain. Sorry, I took my headset off, didn't hear the noise. Wow, it just shows me in the moment, like, how reliant we are on noises we hear, right? How many of you guys react to the scout whistle to know that an enemy's been seen? You guys ever notice that? I think it's weirdly subtle to casual players. You just don't realize it. But when a scout comes in range of an enemy, he whistles. It's got a cooldown, of course. But it's so useful. Ready? Okay, I think it's still on. There we go. Same as like the town bell of English was a big one. Scholar yoink though? Oh, he's going to get it past the walls. So Knight will deny him, but man, Piety is insane. And there's the best noise of all. Double relic garrisoned. I do kind of wish that noise was louder. I wonder if anyone else has this where you just don't realize your monk has dropped off because it's like very subtle little plop noise compared to some of the others. You hate the scout sound when you see a sheep? Oh, because he whistles at a sheep? I thought you meant the bell noise when you get them. I was like, huh? Who would hate that? Okay, so Red Darksider, he has blocked out the Ford resources, but reminder, this was Pro Scouts. Louis has got... Oh my god, he's got so much deer. He doesn't care. I think those are all deer as well. Actually, no, these ones should be sheep. He's got, what, 4 or 5 deer here, plus 4 elephants, which is perfect to deal with 2/3 of Red Darksider's comp. Yeah, and the only thing you can't deal with is spears, but that's where the archers come in. Red? No, come on, that's not going to work. A cool idea. Maybe if it was 2024, Louis, we'll just get the denial. I like the idea from Red. Yeah, I think this lad is just hard off in off-meta land with the Kremlin. It was cool to see it come out. And it definitely delayed the plan for Louis. I just think Red... Maybe instead it would have been more advantageous just to play for castle yourself instead of this timing he went for. So it feels like it missed the mark. Yeah, I mean, we've got a ram coming in at 13 minutes. But Delhi have a better ram. Kids come from all around to see it. It features in many zoos. If anyone's ever deleted the wall on a lion enclosure in Zoo Tycoon, you're about to see that in elephant form. Yeah, this is going to get ugly. Because Red is hard committing. He's not trying to tech. Looks like a baby elephant? I'm sorry, what? How big are your babies? I feel sorry for your wife. Holy crap. Oh, she's spin now going in. Pikes just came through, so now his archers can trade with impunity. They have the extra 0.5 tower range. Clash on the west side. Lancers could actually win that easily. It's Feudal Knights after all, so we'll just keep that alive. That's extra gold in the pocket. And we're now going up to 4 war elephants. Oh, no. To learn what not to do? Wait, you mean you're not meant to delete the walls in Zoo Tycoon so that your visitors can get closer to the animals? I thought it was a petting zoo. At this point, Louis is just in chill mode. High Trade House is now coming in. Hey, you know what? Credit to him. I actually don't know if that's going to be that good because it's like... It almost feels like it's too late to be into the tree line. But it is an embedded High Trade House. It'll be probably on average, I'd say about like 112. The amount of guys in chat that are now offended like, 112 is the average? I've been hitting 80. That High Trade House they tell you not to worry about. Oh, and this is just chill mode, isn't it? I think Lou will just jump on him the moment he hears the tech, though. Oh, before! Jesus! That noise! That is most definitely the noise after you delete the wall in Zoo Tycoon. Kremlin? Me angry gremlins! Whoa. This is what a real man's ram looks like. Archer's just going to stand their ground. I mean, why not? You just baited the spears in. Militia Pull is cute. He did just get the auto upgrade with Castle, but they're just not going to last. The High Trade House is going to be 65, so about 130. 130, 131. We won't get the full answer, but we will get the conclusion. A 2-0 victory. Chill execution out of Louis. Cool to see Red Darksider trying something different. Hopefully we had some like insights here that helps him improve. That man has been consistently grinding in the KPMMs, and in fairness, you know, he's up on rank season after season, so it's definitely having some value. All right. Let's have a look at what we got next. Some days I'm like absolutely fine with eye contacts, and other days it's an absolute pain in the ass. So hit or miss. So what can we do next? Do you guys want another KPMM game? Or we could do the Recon Sasha match. Let me have a look. Will they cast a tournament on the weekend? What tournament's that? What tournament would that be, my dear? I am not aware of a tournament. I don't know why I became Irish. It's just one of those things. Oh, a Pofus Cup. Is that this weekend? I thought that was next. And yes, the stream started before place. You can catch that in the VODs. Oh, damn. They actually got Marine Lord and Louis in as well. Yeah. I'm meant to be like the go-to channel for this that we were talking about. I didn't realize it was this weekend, though. I hadn't heard anything back from him. Oops. What's the start time? How many games? Well, because next weekend's the EGC qualifiers, right? Oh, wait, eye contacts is understandable. You knew exactly what I meant, all right? Don't be pedantic. No, again, pedantic. I know the word. Did Recon change his name? Why is tag Recon not working? Oh, sorry, no, it's not dot. It's underscore, isn't it? What is it with... Okay, seriously, what is it with RTS gamers and the underscores? You're an esports org. It's dot. Let's just accept it. Dumu's obsessed with a different thing because it's like AoE 4 is the only game where you can use the apostrophe, so... Let me see. Have we got Recon versus SAS? We do. All right, guys. So, I don't know. Let me bump Recon. We can maybe get the draft for this, which would be really cool. Let me check. Yo, what's up, Red? Wait, you trying to scam us with 143? You lied, dude. We saw it. You filthy goddamn liar. Throw him in the cannon. I don't think we can afford a cannon. But yeah, I'm checking with Stopper. I totally forgot it was this weekend. Because he asked me, he said, we're looking for someone who can interview players at our tournament. So I basically, I'll commentate the tournament and take interviews. I was like, yeah, sure. I think I said at the time, at the end of August, I was like, as long as I've got no clashing events, which I don't. So we should be able to do that. Wait, it showed 143 when you placed it. You got 65 on the first tick. We didn't see a second tick. But, I don't know. Hopefully some of the things we talked about, Red, is, like, helpful for the next steps. I think, especially game one, the most obvious thing to me is, like, why did you Arcan, right? I think you kind of Arcaned out of habit, right? It's like, most people who are still doing Arcan on every single map are just doing it because they always done it, if that makes sense. But let me see if there's any data on the Liquipedia so that we can get... No, I don't think there's any data anywhere about this Recon Sasha match, so we don't have a draft. But we can make it work without a draft. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, actually, with Apophis World Cup that he got the names he did. Getting Marine Lord, Louis, Anatan, and Vortex is pretty damn decent on a 3K budget. In fairness, though, it's a decent deal for them, right? Like, it's a 2-weekend event. I just don't know how that's going to impact with EGC, because I think next weekend, if I'm not mistaken, is EGC's qualifier, right? Like, Masters Fall starts Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. I'm an idiot. Wait, no, yes, it does. The main event, so Qualifier 1 is next weekend. So they have overlap. I don't know how that's going to be handled, though. Well, actually, he might just be saved by the fact of who should likely qualify. Because the main event already has Anatand, B, Vortex, Marine Lord Louis, who are all playing in the Epophis Cup, right? And those, presumably, are the most obvious names to make it through to semifinals. So, yeah, he'll probably be fine. Actually, no, I think his Saturday might be weird. Saturday for him might be a problem. I also just think it's going to be rough on his viewership because people are obviously going to watch the EWC qualifier, you'd assume. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Actually, no. Yeah, people, if they have the choice between watching like Marine Lord versus Louis or whatever, right? Or watching a qualifier round, they're probably going to choose the Marine Lord. Probably wanted to outscale on Archers versus Jazz, but then went 1-1-1. Sure, but if you're going to play Archers anyway, I'd recommend exploring Minework. Minework is really good for Archer Comp too. It's just instead of focusing on reaching 30, 40, you should focus on reaching 10, 15. It's difference of impact point, right? Because if you do the maths on it and figure it out, like between the savings on the blacksmith cost difference plus the blacksmiths not being built itself because you have a Minework already, you're basically getting 3 extra archers. And you're getting Steeled Arrow quicker. Who exactly is a Pofa? I don't know what a Pofa is, but it's like, I think they're an org. Yeah, so Apophis is an org. I've never heard of these guys before. But yeah, Stopper, who was sitting around here and he plays sometimes in the KPMM, is part of the org. But so they're a Russian org. Oh, they're the ones that do all the CIS cups. I didn't realize that was their name. But the hilarity is they've like intentionally hijacked the EWC name. They can't convince me that wasn't like that was a coincidence. They've chosen Epopha's World Cup, which is EWC, which for those who don't know, there's the Esports World Cup. So it's quite a funny overlap. All right, let's get ready for Recon versus SAS, though. We're going to check out the show match that happened. Take a little bit of break from the KPMMs, because I think there's only one other series that's been played so far. All right, in we go. So, let me update score. So, game number 1. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It's been a long time since I've been here, and I just realized all the assets are wrong, so I need to fix everything. Oops. But we are on Holy Island. Holy crap, we have not cast on this map for a long, long time, actually, now that I think about it. Don't know. Don't know if I fully miss it. It will be interesting to witness it after a break away from it for so long. Let me also update the assets to something else. That is horrible. Horrible, 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 horrible. All horrible. Still horrible. No, that one's sexy, but it's not right. And then we need to add different trim, don't we? Damn it. Where's the... Is this one, right? Yeah, there we go. And then we can get rid of the carousel for now. Actually, I probably should have added AMD in there. Oh, well. Oh, please tell me I've got the browser source on. I don't, do I? Ugh, this is going to get so annoying. Nope. Yes. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? Damn, I'm like... Should I try and make my kids watch that? So many good shows from my childhood. It's awkward, though, because you have these type of shows where you're like, in hindsight, were they actually that good, or did we just convince ourselves they were that good? But let's talk about this matchup to see what's good. Shushi with a Dark Age Rush. Well, not even a rush. Yo. Okay, that's kind of sick. Recon, he's going to open with spears from Shushi here, which is not the ordinary, but he does it in a way that baits SAS. SAS already committed the dock with Knights Templar. Knights Templar are a very powerful civ, by the way, on this map. But this is curious. So he's going to... Oh, no. Oh, that's dirty. So he can block the primary tree line and double gold. And Sass is panic reacting, so he's gathering gold, but his food is abysmal right now. Yeah, he's also going to be limited on what he can do on the tree lines because of the spearman, right? Which means he can't afford much in the wood department. Recon, 2 more spears, now on the way towards the dock. He split this pretty nicely. Yeah, because Sass has to pull away as if he's going to get attacked by full spears in an outpost. And Sass will now go over to contest the enemy scout. The villager needs to be careful. 2 spearmen are coming. Yeah, it's tricky here. Without wheelbarrow, those 2 spears can run you down. Luckily for him, Recon has staggered them, so they're not just coming out together. Holy Island is your favorite map to watch? I think Holy Island has developed into an incredible map. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of casuals that just see it and then disconnect straight away. They don't care. Which is sad, because genuinely, with the way it plays nowadays, it's a well-fleshed out map that isn't just about water dominance. We've seen plenty of amazing land comebacks after someone gets completely wiped on water. What makes KT so good on water? They gather from wood incredibly well, because they don't need to drop off, so you save resources on lumber camps, but you also don't need to walk back. Those 2 details together is a really big deal. So it just gives you a nice, easy, handy influx. And then the other thing in conjunction with that is that you get food alongside this, and you also get constant increments in the wood. That's quite important. So it's not just like the savings on walking back and forth with, like, you know, walk distance. It's not just the savings on the lumber camp itself. It's also the efficiency of just getting the units as soon as you have the correct amount of wood, because you just keep accruing. Whereas most of the time with other civs, we've all been there where you got like 10 workers gathering wood. You're like, oh, I'm 10 wood short, but they all just dropped off. So do I now manually drop or do I wait? Either way, it's annoying. And then finally, the other thing is like around these water maps, a lot of the time, there's beneficial sacred sites. If you're a dominant force on water, you're able to easily protect your pilgrims. This one less so. It's not like when you see someone pick Knights Templar on Warring Islands or something like that. But it's pretty advantageous for almost half the distance of travel for you to hop into a boat. Tech up complete. But Recon, oh my god, slow down, 11 spearmen? And Sass, he panic clicked 2 galleys. Oh no, the 1 dock. Yeah, because he panic reacted on the gold, he didn't have enough wood to set up double dock. So he gets nothing. 3 fishing boats that are worthless. A meditation garden now coming in. Recon's going to set it up on the fat tree line behind him. Yeah, he's not going to be greedy because his opponent's already aged up, so he could get archers. So you don't want to come out into the center of the map looking for those high-value meditation gardens like here or here. Just plays it safe. Oh my god, dude, this is filthy. I was recommended to check out these games. I'm glad we are. This is impressive. You don't really see it played this way. You can delay someone getting into the next stage. But like this? Absolutely wild. You know, maybe we'll have to organize some extra show matches on top of all the KPMM content we do. Although, if we're going to try and do that and make that possible, we'll keep scaling these tournaments. Reminder that when we have sponsors like AMD there, you should be clicking on them to show that they should keep supporting this channel. Alright, outpost coming up. Double outpost is kind of wacky. Also, on top of that, yeah, he's gathering... Dude, it's just a hand cannon slit rush. He's already got a spearman guarding the other tree line. Villager Paul's going to be there, though, quick enough. But Recon, he's got spearmen nearby. Villager won't be able to get across to repair, but still, it's a lot of idle time being forced upon Sass. Spearmen are now arriving, so he may have to start running away. Sass. He sets on fire and runs. He's thinking about coming back. I mean, the risk here is that Recon could have the villager on the way. In fact, the villager... Are you kidding me? 50 HP? 40? He'll get the repair at 30 HP. Sass, that pull was completely worthless. And then the greedy play straight into Pilgrims. And the villager over... Oh my god. He just thought that Recon would walk away. Somehow, Recon ends up getting the most valuable kill there. The worker goes down. And he's now got horsemen on the way. And to make matters worse, folks, Sass has only got 6 sheep. Other outposts now going to get targeted down. Spearman will be able to deal with the horseman, though. And the other outpost did get repaired. It now has hand cannon slits. Yeah, and Recon's not... Oh, my... This is just getting toxic. Can we just call this what it is? The third outpost, and now with double villager, it's going to be quick. Fortification on the way on the northern side. And still, no redock. Sass moves out for the tree line. Spearmen aren't able to hang around, but... There's more horsemen on the way. Is it me? Or does Sass look a little bit stuck and whatever rhymes with that? What do you do here? You might at least sneak a pilgrim through, which is nice. A little bit of gold in the pocket. And wait a second. No, come on, not again. Not like this. Okay, it looks like the spearman should be too late. Unless the second spearman charges. Wait. Even without it charging? Oh my god, no. 99%? Come on. Alright, reporting for bullying. Another villager being pulled. That is now 4 worker kills in favor of Recon. One of them was a pilgrim at least. And what are you doing? What is that? Why? Why is that a path? What? Oh, wait, because they updated it a while ago, right? And I think now they look for the shortest distance before they convert to boat. Is that correct? Honestly, that's just stupid. That is so bad. Because that's like hyper RNG on Holy Island. Like, if Sass got the shorter route on his side, he'd have an optimal route to cross the river. Oh my god, dude, nice Templar socks on this map. I mean, they look like they suck right now. Alright, Doubt Dock has been fixed. Finally, at 10 minutes in, he has an ability to get back on water. But what the hell am I witnessing right now? Yeah, Sass is not loving life. And Recon is just full melee blob. But a Tug switch now coming through. And he is going to go for a dock himself. The horseman going to get another kill. We're now up to 9 worker kills. I think 3 of them are pilgrims. This is vicious, man. I don't know how much they were playing for, by the way. I think this is a best of 5 for like... Oh, sorry. We still have BO3 on screen. I think this is a best of 5 for like maybe 50 or 100 bucks. I'm not sure. Silly Wham. I think Wham's the one paying for it. You scammed yourself. You could have paid 25 bucks and got him on board. Wow, triple villager. Okay. This is a good target for him. However, the army is coming home. Does get the 1 worker kill. More than that might be difficult here. Yeah, has to steer away. But it's a start. You know, Sass is in a pretty dark place right now. He needs anything he can get. I like how Recon's just made this his home now. It's like, just in case he tries to burn it. Gotta be careful here, Sass. Playing close to the ball could be a really big negative, remember, guys. All it takes is a little stabby to make him very angry. I wonder. Double dock versus double. Is this where Sass starts to turn the game around? I mean, it is now Knights Templar on water. I am quite worried about the army on land, though. The Tug mass is getting pretty big. Archer's also going for an ambitious trade out here. Demo can connect. Goal! No, I'm kidding. That is actually a really good trade. Basically gets 5 archer kills for 1 demo, which costs 2 archers. And the war junk isn't even going to die after all that. No way. All this effort, Sass will burn a single dock, but at what cost? On land, it's all just going from bad to worse. He's got triple galley. His army count is a complete lie. And folks, you'd think Chevalier deal with Chuganu. They don't. Because Chevalier have lower base armor, and also he's behind on the blacksmith tech timings, Chuganu munch Chevalier. Especially when you can't mass spam them. Chug, oh my god. This is the negative of building a wall like this. Like, oh, I don't need much space, so I don't need a lumber camp, right? Yeah, but the Chug can reach you. Villagers chased away. And he could just come back and burn this now. There's an RGHP built in the tree line. This is so cursed. I wouldn't blame him for calling GG. This is ridiculous now. It's just gotten completely out of control. 27 worker kills. Some of them pilgrims, sure. But in terms of raw eco count, we're talking about 43 to 21 on land. That is absurdity. And now with this cleanup in the galleys, Recon can just start adding in fishing boats. Oh, looks like he did actually back away. I thought he'd just commit. And no, this is not KPMM. This is a show match that Recon and SAS played. We did highlight that. It's even in the title. Man, I'm impressed. I'm so glad we got Recon back. He just has a very different approach to a lot of these situations. This is why it's important to have a healthy, robust scene of pro players. Of like 20 to 30 at least. Because, you know, when you have just a few people that are seen as the obvious go-tos, it creates this very linear nature of like, this is how the game is played. This is the way it's played. And, you know, they can often come to the same conclusions. Because we talked about this whole idea of like the bubbles. You get into a scrim bubble and prep for a big event and you decide what's the meta. And you're either right or you're wrong. Having more of those bubbles, having more of those cross clashes, just gets you all these wacky type of styles. Now, Recon, you know, still got some catching up to do. He's not been able to pierce the likes of people like Wham, Vortex, but you can see how much is still there, the potential of this lad. Because this has been impressive. SAS will at least stop him from diving. Recon just backing up a little. I don't think he really needs to back up that much, though. It's only 4 horsemen. He doesn't know that, so he's just playing very respectful, just waiting for reinforcements. Chug? Yeah, who cares? Almost enough Chug to just one-hit kill the horseman. And I think we have got fishing boats? No, Recon actually has resisted building any economy here. So that's a lifeline for SAS, actually. He's got 4 fishing boats. Okay, I thought he'd have more, and then I looked up at the eco. Lifeline might be a stretch. This is like, hey, oh man, sorry to hear that like you're terminally ill, but we did put like one of those chocolate mints you get in a hotel on your hospital bed. So enjoy. Minty fresh death. Yeah, this is over. Horsemen are just gonna jump in, and the tower will be thrown in. That was impressive. Damn, that was crazy. That was a really different way to play. Cool to see. Oh, whoops, wrong scene. Game 1 to Recon. Up next, they head into Dry Arabia. It's going to be Ottomans versus Mali. Ottomans have looked decent here, right? I feel like they have. One sec. I think I got the draft sent. Let's see. All right, thank you, Recon. He just sent me the draft, so I'm going to add the draft in now for you guys so you can see what they're cooking with. So, Gorge, Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs, and an unknown. So this is a show match. There's also like prep for the EGC tournament, right? So game 1, we did have a left side win. Game 2, we head into Dry Arabia for Mali versus Otto. I just realized I got the names the wrong way around. Give me a sec, guys. All right, in we go. You forgot about your king? No. Dude, we need to attract more outsiders to come play AoE4 with some king snipes. I'm really inspired after the Hera bros versus pros. I keep talking about it. I think it was brilliant. Especially the way that like they were just like one of them was like he's trying to run his king into his teammate's base, like, let me in, and the guy just locked his gates. He's like, no. Who is your hot prospect for the EGC tournament? Maybe Lash can make it? I don't think, and no offense, Lash, I don't think I've seen any breakout from him that suggests he's going to, like, make it. Do you mean qualifiers? Voldemar's interesting. So, let's have a look at this quick, shall we? And we'll get ready to hop into the next game. So, we have a look at the EGC Masters Fall. So, in terms of who's already invited, we've got Pupple, Anno, Beastie B, Louis, Marine Lord, Vortex, Wham. How many people make it from qualifiers? 4. I think Numadon will make it. Numadon is a beast right now. So Numadon, like first qualifier will probably be Numadon, Kilyadi, Baltoon if he plays. Maybe second qualifier Baltoon. I don't think he's been playing that much at the moment. Like, Numadon, Kilyadi, the obvious ones. Voldemar should be in there. And then we're missing CSO, right? Oh, sorry. Lucifron's missing. You're right. Lucifron. Yeah, Lucifron. So the first one will probably be Lucifron, Numadon, Kilyadi, and CSO. Actually, yeah. Sorry. I forgot about Dumu. Kilyadi is like an asterisk depending on how much he's been playing. But I think Numadon of like all these people is like Numadon is the spooky one. In my mind, he's the one that like stabs out my brain the clearest. So like that, dude. I need to like have a. You know what I need? I need like some sort of little paint thing. So we can just write them in ourselves. Okay, so. Okay, this is not the most effective way. Numadon. Dude, that's way too small. Okay, this is a bad idea. Let's just like let's bonk it along. So Numu, maybe sort of. Lucifron. It's probably gonna be Dumu. And then next like Dumu or CSO, and then the next one will be the other one. Voldemar. Is MSN ready? I think MSN will depend on like the part that he's like ranked in. But outside that, I'm trying to think who we're missing. Maybe Miyamika? I don't know. Miyamika hasn't been looking as good in recent weeks. Miyamika was more impressed in the first half of the year. Myriad. Sorry, I forgot about Myriad. I think Myriad should have a good shot at it with the second qualifier. Maybe Scatbrain, depends how the practice has been paying off against B. But also my concern is maybe like there's no new maps to explore. Right? Actually, there is. There's 1 or 2 new maps, so maybe that's advantageous. And I don't know how much Core's been practicing. I think I noticed he was screaming with like with as Core or Lash are like good backup plans there. I think that covers most of them. But I think of like all the names in my mind, I think Numadon is the one that people are probably going to be most like surprised to see. Not see, but see how he rolls over a lot of the competition. Numu's a scary boy. Alright guys, should we get ready for game 2? Let's go. That was really underwhelming. Let's go. There we go. Okay. Wait, whoopsie. Almost forgot to remove this. In we go. Righto. The Trash Panda is back, and every time we watch him, he has a different idea to what we're used to seeing in the meta. It's going to be fun to watch this. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got the Turk on the Turkish up against the Brit playing African. That's right. We are here in a nice little show match between these two. A best of 5. Game number 1, we already saw a creative approach to Holy Island and dealing with Knights Templar. Recon in the Malian Ottoman matchup. This has recently been pretty good for Ottos with the opening aggro into the feudal focus. Wonder how Recon's going to approach this, because I know Recon is obsessed with making scouts the backbone of a lot of his strategies with Malians. Scouts that could be maybe a little bit wonky into Ottomans. I think Ottomans have some good answers, especially around their playing to meta with the melee armor and the healing. Looking at the spawn. Decent one to play pro scouts towards, but you could also just try to hunker down the area with some walls later on. And then for Recon... Oh, sorry. I got that mapped around the wrong way. Yeah, Recon on the pro scout side is a little bit more open. So yeah, you probably are more justified playing pro scouts here. My concern is that Sass, is he going to realize what he's up against? Because last time I watched Recon play Malians, I think we watched him build 15 scouts. It was on Rocky River where you have a little bit more deer than the standard Dry Arabia, but still, it was a ludicrous amount of scouts. So used them to pick up all the deer and then turned it into an aggro build. It's pretty bloody impressive, actually. Recon, how is he doing on sheep? 10 already, so it'll be a nice start for him. Oh, extra 2 near base. So he's winning the sheep game. The spearmen are coming, right? But Recon has left room for the outpost. So remember, there is a counterplay against these Dark Age spear rushes. And in fairness, I don't know, Sassus feels a little bit delayed, right? Like, the way he done this is a bit different. He built the mining camp, start gathering the gold, then delayed the racks. I think the idea here is he wanted to wait until Recon would have committed all the houses. And he did commit the houses, but he also done it in a funky way. This gap he's left, why? Like, why wouldn't you just build the house here so it's near TC? Is he going to Saharan trade network? You protect the berries, the gold. Moment of truth. No, it's going to be Mansa. Okay. But the spearman play, like, I'm wondering how much value you can get with this, considering it's only 2 spears, and he done it very late. And how the hell did these sheep not get picked up, by the way? Oops. When did Malians get so popular? They always were, my friend. They always were. Like, no memes, actually. They've always been... Like, I feel like they've remained a pretty reliable part of pro play for quite some time. I'm trying to remember the last time they would have been considered sucky. They've always been at least passable, I'd say. It's a little bit of harassment in the housing. I reckon Sass could probably kill a house, maybe 2. But then Recon should be able to react with archers. Malian's even stronger now. Agreed. Like, you know, Pro Scouts isn't as potent as it once was. And although this was a Pro Scouting Civ, Malian's played Pro Scouts well. The fact is, they're also a Civ that doesn't need Pro Scouts. That's a very big benefit. You know, when all these other Civs got crippled on the food, you still remained reliable and powerful there. How many sheep? 11 underneath the TC should be fine. Is it me, or is somehow this Dark Age felt like it's taken forever? I think it's because of the fact that, like, he done a delayed Rax Rush. He's even added in a military score now. This is wacky. So yeah, all this effort and you kill a single house. Big handshakes. Firm handshakes to everyone that has clicked on that link of our wonderful sponsor AMD this week. Click the link. Must watch those spearmen melt. So he has got the scout here now. Second house is going to fall, but Archer's already on the way. So yeah, you would have committed... Was that 4 spearmen he actively built or 3? I think it was 4. So 90 resources plus the 320. He spent 410 resources to kill 50 and force his opponent to build into, what, probably about 390 resources? I don't think that was worth. Especially considering how late your time is going to be now. And not to mention the open goal you've now left, because guess what? Recon, he's got enough gold to pretty much prep for Pro Scouts if he wants to. And this is a nice thing. Once the Manta comes online in conjunction with the Pit Mine, you're generating a healthy 150 gold a minute, at least. When you fully cap, the Pit Mine ends up being 175 gold, so you can get Pro Scouts in 2 minutes out of passive income. Archer's now an approach. Sass, the 4 gold's going to make it problematic to get any blacksmith techs if this turns into a brawl. So we'll need a response quickly. Wood's been gathered up, so I'm wondering if Sass is going to be going archers to straight contest or maybe Sipahi. I really like Sipahi instead, because then it gives you a way of just pushing across the map and still poke pressuring. Nice intercept there from Sass, though. Denies Recon his access to the second pit mine. Sass's primary goal now feeling the same way. Tech up complete. Moment of truth. What's the switch going to be? He's got 390 wood. It's going to be another military school, but does he straight blacksmiths to passively produce, or do you straight archer range? I don't think you can straight blacksmiths. If you try to, yeah, okay, so this is a bit dicey because Recon can reach that. I think he knows. If you try to build this right now, archers can hit you without the TC reaching. Recon? Recon? Recon! Sorry, I had to do the snake piece. Okay. Maybe he just assumes there's already a stables behind this. Missed opportunity there, though, because denying the blacksmiths, remember, indirectly denies the scaling of feudal. Because the blacksmiths buffs the production rates of all the nearby buildings. So you'd slow down your opponent's Sipahi timing to counter you, and you'd also slow down the passive production value. Okay, Recon, what are we doing with this gold? What? Is he just going to double mill cap? He is. He's got 600 gold. Good lord. He starts to queue up the cows. Is the military school in influence range? Yes. It's like just partially a tile in. Yeah, so he's actually optimized this quite nicely. I mean, well, it would have been fine the other way as well, but it's just, yeah, he's prepped it nicely. So the blacksmiths, I think he knew there was a risk of the archers, which is why he leaned it a bit further north. And we do now have the imams. So Sass, with an outpost coming up, is he just going castle? If this is a castle race, is Sass not very far behind now? Because your opponent's got double cow spam, and he can afford it. I mean, we talked about Recon playing in different ways. You know, we thought we were going to get his weird, crazy, like, Pro Scout type build. And although Fulani Rush is a bit more atypical, I think the way he played this is less so, where you open these archers and then just return home. Gotta give him props, man. Always just finding creative ways. And it's beneficial, by the way, not to play a long feudal against Ottos, just because of the meta plus the imams. Like, they have a lot of perks that enable them in this point in the game. And Recon has just got 1 or 2 sofas coming in. I mean, this is the dream situation, guys. The thing you have to realize is that if you're planning to go castle anyway, which in almost every Malian game it is, what the comp that you want to be scaling is Archer Sofa. It is the best comp for you to get away with. I will say it is a bit crazy to do this into Ottomans, though. Just because if Otto is mirroring castle, like, your sofas don't necessarily feel safe against Janissary. But I think the idea here for Recon is it's not about direct contest, it's about map control. And although Janissary is counter cavalry, the big problem is that gun seems very threatening until you realize it can't catch anything. Days where Otto Feudal all-in was the most insane all-in? Oh yeah, you mean we're like just 50 archers plus? You mean like how it dominated at multiple phases of Red Bull Warlord Legacy? Oh, I recall. I was there. I was there just rocking in my chair. I remember those days. I bathed in those days. We were just talking about a little bit earlier that one of the strategies that was used, which was the Ottoman strategy by Magic to beat Marine Lord. Magic learned that strategy at the event from Puppy Paw. He only had like 2 or 3 days maximum to practice it. Which is pretty freaking wild. Does Sass realize the timing that the Recon's aiming for here? He has actually stopped at the 10 count now, surprisingly enough. Why? I guess he saw the Sapahi and got a little friend? Yeah, because he's gone back for Donzos, which is not exactly the norm with Malians. As the start of the age, sure, but like mid to late phase of feudal age, like you don't usually like to have to scale Donzos, right? But in fairness, Sass hasn't seen it. And that's a problem, right? Like he's going to scale archers Sapahi, but he might think about double downing on archers if he could see what's coming. Good news is when you play Sapahi, you should be the radar, so in theory it should be quite hard for your opponent to hide info from you. Recon. Gold a little bit exposed. Nice thing about houses, creates all these little choke points that makes it harder for your opponent to chase onto you. It's easily able to react. Even without wheelbarrow. Wonder if that'll be the thing that just convinces him to get it. Pretty spooky army though. So far, they're quicker than this comp because of the scout. Now, he does realize it peels them away, but gets pinched! Oh, the micro from Recon! That's like herding sheep. What a cut down. Guess the free Sapahi kill almost makes it more. Sass is going to be the first to trigger a tech up, though. Mehmed Imperial Armory now on the way, but this army's pretty scary, man. 11 Sofa and scaling upwards. Double the archer count for Recon. And he's already chasing towards your base. With 6 on the Mehmed, it doesn't give a lot of time here for Sass. And Recon at this stage is like, well, where's the army? Prove it to me. Show me it. Does get a glimpse of it. But if he just does a quick jot down in his brain of like numbers, the mental math of it is pretty obvious that you're a bigger force. And now he's going to see the gold. That many gathering means only one thing. Sass trying to tech. Recon now with the dive. Gets the torches out. He's going to try to force the matter. And, well, Sass is on melee armor here. The archers are just getting free reign because of it. Does allow him to contest the Sofa a bit better. Still difficult. Yeah, so he's trusting in the Sapahi to carry up against the Sofa, but I think that Sofa count may just be a little bit too high. Bone damage looking good. Villagers are going to have to vacate soon. 20 workers. Also not working in total because the TC is joining in on the fight. Oh, man, this is rough. Sass, if he just had extensive fortifications here, this would have been a sick defense. But instead, it's going to be the workers now being sacrificed. Good target fire. Recon just taking them out. Ends up being free dead. Tech up complete. Recon is going to keep pressing as Sass. He's got the gold. Gathers it and puts it straight into Lancer Men at Arms. And now Recon stirring to the north side. He's looking for that food. Yeah, guys. Sass, I mean, he had the point, no? He definitely had the Vizier point. He's been holding it the whole time. Guys, if he went for extensive fortification, anything that he targets would have taken 1 extra damage from each garrison slot. But the Sofa in particular with the heavy tag would have taken an extra 2 on top. So each archer shot would have been doing 9 damage into these feudal cav units. Feudal cav units that right now are copping a squat in the Ottoman base. And also pretty good at dealing with men at arms. Sofa will eventually lose out to Lancers is the only concern. But this is a lot of pressure play. Still more coming. Recon. He is idle himself at home. A little bit too distracted, not actually gathering resources. Needs to find a way to age up soon. The Imam is going to stay in the tower. Is Recon overdoing this? A little bit. The dive was good. I think he just needs to reset and calm down a bit. His fault here is he's gold starving his opponent, right? Which he's correct. But if you want to play it full all in, there we go. He queues more Donzos. Even without them. Lance is kind of struggling. is going to go down. That's expensive. Sass, he can't afford more. And he ends up going for the Akinji. Oh, God. And yes, the Vizier Point extensive fortifications that also makes TCs and defensive buildings cheaper. It will give all garrison units extra damage. So you can see right there, it gives +1 damage and then +2 against heavy. It is critically underrated for these type of defenses. If you think about the mass of that fight, so far we're overextending into the TC. With the TC plus the outpost, that's 20 slots with an extra 3 damage. So an extra 60 damage every about 2 seconds into Sofa. It's a world of difference. And you might say, well, Recon wouldn't have dove that far. Okay, but if he's not diving that far, it's also a good thing for you. If he's not diving that far, you're not necessarily 12 workers down. It's just easy to overlook, right? Like, in Sass's mind, he just wants to scale into military academy. Military campus, military academy. Like, that's your usual prerogative here. Especially when you see you're up against Marley and Sophie. You just want to get access to Janissary. But the man just still doesn't have the gold. Wallow's going to come through. And good micro. I love that. Sass. He hangs around just to chip away what he can. Gets a worker kill. Gets out. Holding a lot of gold. We've got a Musafadi switch up. Recon is still not aging. Even though he's got 15 cow. Hasn't added in another ranch either. The Sofa just keep chipping him down. A 15 worker lead now for the Trash Panda. Do Ottoman get any incentive to fight in feudal other than very fast, a slightly faster production? Yes, Sipahi. Sipahi, the meta with his auras, and also the Imam healing point. Ottomans are very powerful in feudal age. They've been slept on for quite some time, but in recent weeks, the win rate in feudal players has been up and up and up. Oh, this just looks border impossible right now. The problem for Sass is he's just not efficiently scaling his good units because he keeps getting idled and on top of that losing workers. On top of that, you know, you're already almost 20 workers down. Fulani's going to make it feel like closer to 40. And you've got military schools worth, let's say, 10, 15 workers. It's still a huge deficit. And it just comes back to how you're able to swing your economy. Like, where is he getting gold? Outside the relics, he isn't. And that means per minute, he can afford to build, like, what? 1 extra lance? 2 extra lances? Has finally snuck onto the north side gold. But props to Recon, man. This has been a hell of a long feudal. I feel like most players would have just taken the age up advantage at this point. But he's making this work. Maybe he doesn't realize just how many kills he's gone. Like, he probably feels like he's ahead. But does he realize that he's 20 workers ahead? That's the real question. It's like, I can get more. Every time you're like, well, this is enough. I can get more. And the interesting thing about Mali's doing this is because they have Musafadi, they actually do have an answer to heavily armored units from H2. So for another raid. They find them all. The berry workers included. In fact, he can smoosh sandwich them right now if he turns around. There we go. The A-clicks are going to start dragging him back. And this game looks over. Sass, it's because Recon hasn't aged up that he's holding on. He's like, well, I'm ahead. So surely, Archer's at least going to get sacked. But wait, the villagers, wait, what? Oh my god, I think they seek sheltered, but they got body blocked by the army. Mango now coming out. And the Janissary point, it's the clutch moment. Sass hoping to recover his game with this one move. But there's no game left to recover. It's 22 to 63 eco. And it's only getting worse. Yeah, Archers, there's enough of them left over. Janissary's going to get counterplayed as well. The Sofas will get the Mango kill. And reminder, Janissaries might be against feudal units, but the Archers get double damage against these lightly armored boys. Recon is still not done. Oh my god, come on! Put yourself in Sass's perspective here, in his shoes. He just wiped the army. He's feeling pretty good about it. It's like, okay, finally. Finally, I can actually, like, be my age, you know? Finally, I can be a castle age boy. And then out of the fog comes another 10, 15 units. When does it end? Surely it has to be now. Recon is at max cow. 20 cow in total. Because the thing you have to be careful of here if you're recon, there is such a thing as overdoing it, right? You're bleeding a rock at this stage. You know, like, I always like to make the comparison with Dota 2, because whenever you talk about, like, XP and levels, it's easier to understand, I think. It's just a raw number comparison. You know, in Dota 2, you know, if you're carrying, you keep killing the support, it's great. But you kind of reach a point where, like, as a carry, as the position one, the most primary, you could go farm a few camps and get gold, or you could kill the support. And you're like, oh, well, kills are good, right? No, kills are bad. Like, if the support is level 5 and you're level 20, it's much more valuable to just go kill some creep camps and get more gold. You'll get more gold out of doing that. And the reason I bring that up is because at this stage, you get so much more value of just going castle and upgrading your army than you do of just keep doing this. Like, he's dead. He's just waiting for you to aim the gun at him and shoot. And that shot is Castle Age written across his screen. But Recon is on a mission to get the GG without needing it. Surely, this is the point. SAS down to 17 workers. He's going for the Kill Yardy challenge. Oh my god. So, for those who don't know, the Kill Yardy challenge is being a game at 30 minutes with 6 villagers. It's a rare sight, but SAS is on track. Oh my god. Brian Fulani now being built. So for they're still gonna find more workers. Mercy, please. The villagers will dodge death, but I have a feeling that in just a few moments we will see a white and Civ in 3, 2, 1. Really? Really? I mean, I'm a believer in comebacks. I just referenced Dota 2, the king game of combats, but come on. This would take an act of God. 18 to 73 villages. Passive reduction might be good, but it has its limitations. Like, remember, guys, this is not Imperial Age. It's not that ridiculous production speed where military schools are mega lol. And, I mean, maybe he could go Pax Ottomana, but, you know, think about it this way, guys. If he goes Pax Ottomana, that's more villages for Recon to kill. The goal here is to have less villages for Recon to kill. Recon is going to make that much easier. Textiles is not going to make a difference. Finally, he admits defeat over a 4x worker lead. An absolute destruction. But at least he can say he made him go castle to kill him. Oh my god. Oh yeah, sorry, we needed to flip that around. So that's 2 games for Recon now. That game is ridiculous. Battle of the 2 most stubborn players. One won't GG, the other won't castle. Oh, it might be the other way around. One won't GG, the other refuses to castle. Battle of Stubbornness. Oh, dear, oh dear. This style of recon is very tilting to play against because every other player would have aged up like 8 times. Exactly. You're like, just do it. Just do it. You know, it's like one of those moments in the scenes where it's like, just end me. These contacts are not doing your eyes any favor. What do you mean? My eyes are fine. Rogan? Need a tourney between the AoE forecasters. We really don't. You think you want that, you don't. But what you do want is to click that barely present... There we go. That barely present link. Reminder, guys, we are working with AMD this week. Be sure to go check them out. When it pops up like that, it is your instinctive duty to click on that link if you like seeing sponsors inside the Age of Empires 4 scene. Appreciate everyone who's been clicking that link. I'll be talking to AMD after this stream, probably. Actually, probably be early next week to see how the integration went. And you guys go a long way in making sure they keep on coming back bigger and better every time. Okay. Let's see if there can be a comeback here. SAS is 2-0 down. It's looking like a Swift series. HRE versus Japanese Coastal Cliffs. Oh, wait, crap. We might get desynced here. I don't know if Avali released his new version yet. Oh. Alright. I just witnessed one of the most absurd, elongated, never-ending feudal games in this series. One that would leave any player exhausted. Is it too late for SAS? Has he been drained to the bone? Or could this be the beginning of a revenge arc? Welcome back to the channel, folks. We are here for game number 3 of this best-of-5 show match between SAS and Recon. Recon is 2-0 up, 1 away from making a clean sweep. He turns to the Japanese, and this is a recent addition to Recon's arsenal. He's been learning Japanese the last week or two. Not the language, that's going to take a few years, but the Civ he's been catching on to real quick. SAS with the HRE is a cozy pick. Most players are familiar and know how to play this. Looking at the nature of these spawns, we have got a decentish Ark and Chapel opportunity if he wants to play loose. Don't expect him to do that. On the other side, Recon, double gold anchored one side. This could be a good attack point for HRE if they do a Dark Age rush, which he is going for. Yeah, and he's scouted out. But he's yet to commit a single unit. I like this, though. I think a Dark Age rush is a pretty good idea here, no? Against Japan, like, I know they don't tend to rush castles much these days, but gold is usually a critical component of many things they want to do. And Recon? Guys, we can't watch it. Yeah, it's a desync. Wow. I had a feeling. Alright, that's unfortunate. Avali did ask me, and I assumed we had no situation where we needed to, like, worry about it. He's updated the boars on Coastal Cliffs and Rocky. He did ask me. Shout out to him. He actually asked me. I just didn't realize it got played in this show match. So, unfortunate. But it means we won't be able to watch that. Looking at the results now. So, outcome ends up being... It's a 3-0 for Recon. Trash Panda wins again. But no worries. That means we can have a look and see if we've got any other series ready to roll. Wait, is Kilyani playing his series? They just didn't comment. I probably have to nudge people about communicating this stuff. I think a lot of people, they just like drop their draft afterwards instead of communicating. We'll hop in midway. So game number 2 between Kilyadi and his opponent, who is Frodo Bolson. Who is this? Ranked 440th, not too bad. Did I see Boldland draft in the show match too? Maybe. Okay. Well, I mean, it was a 3-0 anyway, so we dodged a bullet on a desync down the line. Just had to get it in the meantime. Wow, wow, wow. But yeah, so this one's going to be live. So Frodo, reminder, he is ranked 440th in the world right now. So 1,571 ELO. It's not bad, actually. And it's not the first time he's been around those ranks. Interesting enough, in the early days, like Season 3, he was 135th in the world. Season 5, 172nd. So this guy has been up there. Conk 2 currently. And his most played civs are Mongol and Abbasids. And we've got a Mongol game coming in. Ooh. Let me get that draft. So game 1, by the way, did go the way of Gilyadi. Labour deputy. Who's the Labour deputy? Huh? Rogan? I should know my own country, right? I just feel like I've clocked out of politics. It's all doomed. Like, you know, your country is in a crappy spot when there's just no good candidates that are feasible. Weighing up whether I eat soon or just starve myself. And let's just starve myself. Because I'm going to be going climbing soon. And you do not want to eat and climb. It's horrible. So the idea would be liquid meals instead, baby. I totally forgot I had this. Cookies and cream. I always have to be careful because, like, otherwise powder goes everywhere. Yeah, it's about half a scoop. See, guys, I'm starving myself for you. Where are the subs? Never seen pros crap talking games? That's because you can't show the chat. This is trash talking. It's just like... My favorite one is Kill Yardy because, like, you don't even take it offensively because it's just Kill Yardy doing Kill Yardy things, you know? Like, if you, like, look at Dumu and Kill Yardy, there's always just smack talk. It actually annoys me that we still do not have the ability to see that data to this day. Like, it should be part of replays. It's actually so frustrating it's not. Because the banter is part of it, man. I'd legit, if they actually enabled that, I'd legit do a tournament where we just basically have a bunch of people like smack talking each other as part of the objective. Like, I'd try and get something coded where we could give them bonuses for the best smack talk. Good old cookies and cream. Hopefully that'll tide me over. Probably going to take some, like, whey protein as well. Not whey. Wait, is it whey? What's the isolate one or whatever it's called? It's isolated? Can't remember. But anyway. Let's get ready to go. In we go with the old man himself up against the new breed. Not quite. No, Frodo, despite his small stature, is a veteran of the scene. This guy has been around since Season 1, even as high up on the ladder as 137th in the past. Not as high these days, but 400th is respectable. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Best of 3 here. Kilyadi leading is going to take the Malians. Frodo with the Mongols in game number 2. This is one of his most played civs. Frodo, a member of the community that signed up for our $20,000 esports circuit here. Mongol versus Malian used to be a really good matchup for Mongols. Most recently, I'm not so sure. I feel like Mongols has maybe kind of dropped a bit in the matchup, but at the same time, I feel like we tend to see these civs on very different maps as well. Yeah, Malian just, I mean, was someone earlier like, wow, Malian actually good now? I'm like, I'm sorry, what? When were they bad? I'm trying to remember if there's been a time in recent memory where Malians were considered a trash civ. Maybe like was it a year and a half ago for a little bit, but overall just a very reliable civ. So opening wise, we are going to see the racks. This is pretty standard up against Mali, and this is a big part of where Mali don't really care about Mongols as much anymore. Mongols used to take a giant dump on Malians in the Dark Age. You could just spear spam them to death, right? Because you deny their gold, and Mali without gold is nothing. But nowadays, there's just an outpost play. And you can already see that Kilyadi has the wood necessary for it, if he chooses. Is he scouting in? Okay, so he definitely saw the back Uvu. I think he was there quick enough to know about the racks. He has not pulled a villager for the outpost yet, though. The better the player, the better the spawns. Yeah, shouldn't we have like a handicap the other way around? If you're the better player, you get the worst spawn. That way, each week, when you have like Vortex who gets the best seed versus the worst seed, like you'll just have Vortex spawn in the corner with nothing near him. Okay, so Kilyadi's not going to go for the outpost. He's going to play aggro potential here. It's racks on racks. So he's going to turn it into a micro battle. Of course, Kilyadi wasn't going to flex away from a fight. Yeah, Kilyadi's just that type of player that's always looking to brawl. Frodo. He knows his target, right? He scouted the pit mine and then came back. However, he's going to get seen early here. And Kilyadi already has double Donzo queued up. Now, the reason the early spot is important is because it means he can just maximize killing the villager. Remember, these guys have javelin throws that do 5 damage each and recharge every 15 seconds. So if you math that out, an outpost from start to finish takes a minute to build. That means you can do 4 volleys in that time, optimally, with Donzos. Even at just 2, that leaves a villager with 10 HP. But you're going to build more than 2. At least you should be. Wait, did he? No. Okay, the villager's been seen, though. But Kilyadi's been greedy. No. He was keeping an eye out for it. He didn't actually see it with the scout. He was a little bit too quick. All right, so this puts you into rush overdrive mode. You need a lot more Donzo now. He's actually going to have to dive. The good news, though, is that Frodo hasn't got the other spearman here yet. This is a back gold rotation, so it takes time to arrive. I think Kilyadi... Does he not realize there's more spears coming? Because he's kind of slow rolling this, but it is working. Scares the villager away. And I don't like that Frodo's backing off here. This feels a bit... Oh, no! The torch throw! Come on! That is just not fair. Oh my god, Kilyadi, he didn't mean to. But that just ruined any hopes of Frodo. Because now, 3 javelins kills you. This is now optimal. Kilyadi, perfect situation. He doesn't need to invest in more spearmen anymore. Yeah, Frodo will just do the walk of shame. In fairness, though, he is used to these type of walks. We have to remember that that movie series was like, what, 6 hours long? Longer. A hobbit just gets used to these distances and go for the pitiful backup gold. It stops pro scouts. Gives Yam. Stops the second pit mine. But then there's like a northern pit mine that's accessible, right? So, I mean, you're here, you've got the wood, you might as well do something. It's not great, though. Perfect for game mode, your elo equal distance nearest resource. Yeah, you just get in the game, you have to honestly enter your elo, and then it spawns you based on the distance. I mean, that kind of pops. I like the idea of those type of mods. We don't really have many like mods that categorize as what I call challenge mode mods, and it kind of sucks. Like, I'm really excited for the upcoming DLC because we're going to be getting our hands on the roguelike mode, which is essentially a challenge mode. We just don't have any of them anymore. And like, you know, we kind of had them for a moment with the missions, like Agincourt, but they're very limited in the like scope to be repetitive missions, right? Challenge modes. And then players who made missions, campaigns, like we had a few of them that actually left because they got tired of like the modding support. They didn't really focus on repetition. They were just trying to make cool, like one-off on whatever campaigns. Trying to think what he can do with this because he didn't go for trade. It's just Deerstone. And wait, is Kilyadi going for Rimba? Huh? He is, right? Like, is this for Rimba? I mean, don't you dare build an empty Fulani. Do not build naked Fulani. It would just feel like BM. Surely not. What on earth? I feel like Mongols just hate this matchup now. Like we talked about the outpost and now you just saw the other way with the javelin throws. It's just harsh. We will get the villager kill. Hit mine went up, so Kilyadi's donating. What a nice guy, donating to the conch too. I'm so curious to see what, like, I mean, wait, Kilyadi, what the, what? All right, this is becoming unhinged really quickly. He'll deny the outpost. He pulls all the villagers to do so. And he's going to drop an outpost to get the food now. He did lose another villager. And the arch... Are you kidding me? The arch timing? Frodo could actually do this. Good micro. Kilyadi pulls away. There's Keshik's coming as well, right? No, 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 no! Frodo! He stayed on the gold. It's a double outpost going up. Kilyadi will have food. And we'll also learn this is usually why people add cow. And it is expected going to be a Farimba. I'm disappointed at this point we're not getting the one villager empty Fulani. So Frodo double archery. Does he just lose to Freeborn? Your archers hate it. Your Keshiks don't mind it because Freeborn are very tanky, but they don't have like great damage. But yeah, I mean, it has to be, guys. Like, there's no other logical option than Freeborn here. If you're going to do Javelineers, you would have been scaling Javelins already. And if you're going to do Mustafadi, I think you need more food than this. Also, your opponent's already building archers, so Mustafadi is just like a nightmare waiting to happen. But this, by the way, this is exactly why we watch the opening games where possible. Like, obviously, if we have the round 16, it's a priority, but when we can fit them, oh my god. This is a wacky-ass game of Age of Empires 4. Kilyadi already has 4 Freeborn out. Reminder, these guys only take 15 seconds to produce. They only cost pretty cheap 125 resources, but for that, you get 175 HP and 5 ranged armor. They are very tanky. Obnoxiously so. Especially for an opponent who's been spamming archers and spears, etc. I'm trying to think if we've seen any free... I don't think we've seen Freeborn in recent times. It was almost seen as a little bit of a cheesy strategy. I think what people realize is, like, it's because it's not a quick killer, it's annoying, but it's survivable. I feel like more people lose to Freeborn because they just tilt about it than because it's actually potent. Frodo, maybe not the right fight to hang around on there. We'll start to back off now. Gotta be thinking about a tech up, though. Yeah, because you're on the clock. You have to think about these Freeborn the same way you would Men-at-Arms Rush. And they are quicker than Men-at-Arms, by the way. 1.38 movement speed. So just think about that. 5 ranged armor, 1.38 movement speed, 175 HP. This is what I mean about this like death by 1,000 cuts annoying. These things can just keep diving a TC nonstop. They aren't going to kill villagers quickly with 9 damage, sure. But it's the way that they wear you down. It's very much an attritional war. It's very important that Kilyadi finds that timing to push across the map, because your goal now is to push your opponent back into his base so that you can prep to move on to extra food sources. Oh, wait, nope. He has finally acknowledged that cow are worth it. Yeah, so he'll just play it safe at home then. Yeah, I thought he might try and secure the south side with the deer and the berries. In fairness, he's still got berries at home. Oi, Keshix! They catch him out. Kilyadi loses another 2. Yeah, Frodo not as far ahead as he should be. The TC movement at the start of the game seems to have hurt him a bit. Freeborn, they're going to pull back. Yeah, he sees the Keshi raid and chooses to react to it. Donzo reaction coming through. It's kind of weird because like Frodo can keep countering this comp from an age behind. Obviously, it gets harder because the quality unit's different, but you know, Keshix is a good answer to Freeborn. At least, you know, if you have the numbers. The Spearman can be answered by archers. Not the biggest fan of it long term, but I see the idea. Just like you guys can see our sponsor on screen right now. Keshix. Good intercept. Man, Frodo's, like, this is actually looking really good now. The army size is getting pretty spooky. Has Kilyadi played with his food a bit much? Because I'm wondering, like, why he didn't just scale ranches. Like, what was the fear in his mind? Maybe just experimenting? Because we have to remember that it was a blundered opening by the Mongols. The outpost failed. He had to sell for a redundant outpost, really. Only made valuable because of Kilyadi's pull onto the deer. Now the dive comes in. Frodo will be able to burn through the tower. Repair crew is going to be there, but Arch should be targeting down. Kilyadi tries to micro 1 by 1 in, but not going to work. Villagers get caught running away. Freeborn still just getting overwhelmed 1 by 1 by the Keshix. Now the torch onto the second post. Luckily building. Kilyadi reacting with the army now, though. Freeborn really need to start leaking onto the archers. But the Keshix are drawing a lot of attention here. It's buying time. The time necessary to run this one down. The Keshix, they're in the way again. The archers just aren't getting counterplayed like they should here. Kilyadi at risk. Outpost will go down. He'll bail away from it. But this is working, Frodo. This is wild right now. Frodo Bolson, 5,657th of his name. Is he running Kilyadi out of town? We've got the cows now starting to get added in, so food is going to be okay for him. But the Freeborn are not. It's just, it's looking pointless. Yeah, I think if Frodo maybe just chose a tech up instead of what he'd done here, there's a risk that Kilyadi would have just entered the base and never stopped with these annoying little Freeborn. But massing Keshik first, I mean, that's bloody impressive, right? Like, the understanding that this is the comp he wants to age up with anyway. And they're not going to feel that flimsy because in the trade out, you know, your Keshik's hit for 15 damage, your opponent hits for 9. And sure, he has more health at 175, but you heal for a fight. So as long as you always bring more numbers, you win. And now on the other side, we have Kurotai. Okay, so this might be the one risky point we're now seeing from Frodo. When you mass Keshix, Kurotai isn't that great because the fight moves too much. It might be that Frodo's thinking, hey, like, I can just fight him in his base. Like, I already have map control, so I can anchor this landmark. That might be why he's seeing value. But, like, normally, I'd recommend step readout in these type of situations just because you don't have that big archer ball yet. He is scaling for it, mind you. So if you can get up to, like, you know, 20, 30 archers, it makes sense. Because we've seen it. Like, we had a game, like, I think it's going to be uploaded on the YouTube channel, where the Kurotai is just running around trying to unpack the entire game. And it never can because the fight's already over, or there's always units in the way. I think players have just gotten very good at understanding the weakness of Kurotai and never leaning or steering into it. So what now? Because Kilyadi's going into Sofa. But remember, this is not Fulani. You don't have an insane amount of food income. Yeah, because the whole idea with Sofa is you should just overwhelm. You know, Keshiks are decent traders into them. Especially when you consider the healing. And also, at this point in the game, we start talking about things like Step Lancers. Also, the Keshiks benefit immensely from that 20% Kurotai buff. Not even needed for that, squishy bugger. Well, I think that... Is this going to be the reminder about relics? Usually what happens is, like, one player goes relics and the other one is almost like, oh, yeah, that is a fit. There we go. It's like, yeah, it would be a good idea to pick up relics. Now that you're interested, I'm interested. I swear, watching high-level Age of Empires 4 players, sometimes it just reminds me of my daughter, where it's like, because my younger son now has the toy, she wants it. Like, oh, we are playing for relics. Well, I wanted relics too. And it's kind of always been that way when you think about it. Because you remember in the old TC meta, it used to be, hey, oh, one player is like gone to TC. And the other one's like, okay, I guess I'm going to TC now. But it shows you how we've also grown up as players, where now you're usually like, oh, I need to do some damage first. Yeah, no upgrade in the bounty from Frodo, but I think that's fine. Is he going Imperial? Step Lancer's on the way. He's holding a lot of food. I don't like the idea of going Imperial with Kurotai on the attack, right? Like, it's half in, half out sort of thing. He's got a lead, but it's not a crazy lead yet. It does deeply break my heart that we do not have pack-up tech, by the way. 100 resources... It's such an easy oversight, but when you play Kurotai, I actually think that superior mobility is mandatory. Otherwise, what happens if you have to move? This is taking forever. Oh my god, this landmark moves as slow as Kilyadi does in real life. Keshiks on the gold. This is actually happening. Frodo, ranked 440th in the world. 1,571 elo is gonna take down Kilyadi, who's usually around 2,000 elo. What a display as well. Mongol versus Malian's a matchup that just has been feeling more frustrating for Mongols recently. But it's looking possible. I'm wondering, is he playing this too slow though? Nah, this feels like it's disastrously slow, right? For the love of God! Please! Just get the backup tech! No, now he's blocking it as well. Archer's in the way. The Kurotai's like, hey, it's okay, guys. You're gonna get 20% buff. Shoot. When? When are we shooting, guys? It's coming. I swear, it's almost there. Just hold it a little longer. I get this. Hold on a sec. Where did I put the keys to the motor? I need to get the deploy functionality. It's somewhere in my pocket. No, it must be in my other pocket. Maybe it's in the fanny pack? Where is it? Guys, are you okay there? No! They're losing! Frodo! After all this great work! The Kurotai is just standing there! I hate this landmark! I hate this landmark so much! Are you kidding me? It was there! He can taste the victory! But Papa Kurotai could not find the keys in the fanny pack! It's all over! No! I can't with this thing. Too many Mongol players have died because of that backup tech. Just give it to them by default. They need it at this point. Unbelievable. Kiryadi now switched on and looking to overwhelm. And thank you, Aaron Paul, for the bits. Appreciate you, Stark, for the sub. Legends. And what a comeback here from Kiryadi. Now up to 15 cow. Sure, he's 9 villages down in terms of kills. It just doesn't matter. It's the army that counts, and, well, 16 Sofa beats 9 Keshik. That is brutal, man. Oh, Frodo.
Guys, I found the keys. The keys. They were in the exhaust already this whole time. I'm so sorry. Guys? Guys? Duck.
Oh, and Frodo. Bless him. An admirable effort. I'm impressed with what he had going here. And I mean, this is the thing, right? It's not about how you began. It's about the journey and the improvement. I think Frodo can take lessons from what went wrong here. Optimize that. And then next time, he could have Kiryadi's number. Because no doubt about it, the Finn was sweating in this one. Absolutely had to be. But no more. He wipes the sweat from his brow. And says, that whippersnapper's got some moves. But dead people don't move. And Frodo is as dead as this RV Kurultai. Pack up tech, guys. It wins games. Kurultai, once again, has killed a Mongol player. That was freaking wild. I mean, that's an uploadable game regardless. That was crazy. Oh, I'm trying to think what the loop in is there. Something like to do with the unknown is about to slay the Finn. Could it be time for the old man to retire? You're right there, Kiryadi. How you feeling about that game? Alright, be honest, Kill. Nah, he's not gonna be honest. He'll be like, I was fine. My strat was solid. You really? You looked a bit shaky for a second there. He did slow down when he reached the base. I don't know, I think Marlene's just like, I mean, Frodo can probably speak to this more. I think Marlene's just really frustrating for like for players outside the top, where it's like you get to a stage where even if you control the map, you're like, I need to get in and I need to kill them. But now what? Did you not feel though that did you not feel like the Keshiks were just melting through the Freeborn strat? What did you feel? What do you think about his Kurultai, by the way? You weren't exactly sure what the Freeborn do. Oh dear, dude, the Freeborn we were saying about is like, okay, people don't really do this anymore. It's kind of it feels like a meme unit. Like on paper, it sounds really strong. I remember having this discussion with Myriad when he started, like when they first added the Myriad was experimenting with it a lot. And it's like, in theory, they seem very busted, like very good health, effective HP, really good in certain matchups. But like, I think most people die to Freeborn because they just get tilted and frustrated by all the annoying little chip raids because they get everywhere and hit everything. But they don't kill everything fast. I still remember we had a game between like Abbasids and Malians where I think Dumu was on Abbasids. And it might have been Voldemar and Malians or something. And he just kept running them everywhere. But like, they weren't killing villagers. They were annoying them and almost killing them. But like, you know, imagine 75 HP and you do 9 damage. It's like, it just takes so long to kill anything. But commiserations to Frodo. A good effort all the same. What else have we got on the agenda? Just checking. Just got Recon messaging me in the background. Yeah, thank you again for the subs and the bits, people. Appreciate it. Keep that support coming. You guys make it all possible. Did someone redeem for loose glasses? Yeah, I should have everyone just spam redeems. Like, what does that involve me doing? Like, reaching into my eyeball and pulling the eye contact lenses out? Hell no. Also, post your drafts, folks. If you have played your series, post your drafts. Don't make me get the beaten stick. I do like using the beaten stick, but don't make me. Actually, you can make me. I don't mind. Kind of enjoy using the beaten stick. Okay, so we probably got about... Let me see what time they want to go. I don't know if we got another series right now, but we can definitely cast some high-level games. I was figuring out when I'm going to go climbing. I could duck on Yule now. I have a contact lens in? I do. That's how I can see. My eyeballs, they work. Very nice. Don't know why I went bought her out, but I did. So, do we do a May game? Do you guys want a May game? Sorry, that was very ASMR of me. Hey, do you guys want a May game? You like Delhi? Elephants? No, you guys don't want elephants? Are you guys sick and tired of elephants? He does do it a lot, doesn't he? Let me have a look at who else we got. Not another 2 hour game. Dude, I feel like May, most of the games are going to be that way, right? He just seems to find a lot of the late game. Apova starts at 15 GMT tomorrow. Yeah, I think we'll look to do some of those. So keep an eye out. Make sure you get notification turned on. I think we'll be on tomorrow to do the Apova games. Yeah, they should be playing to go around. Apparently, likely the first weekend we'll have things like Vortex versus Lucifron and B versus Anatan. So there's some really cool sets. In fact, if we have a look here, should we plan out? It's like a shopping list. What should we do tomorrow? Marine Lord versus Gully Bog? My eyes look tired. Do they? You sure it's not just because I'm looking down? I think I'm fine. So we could do... Ooh. I think Vortex versus Miyamaika will be very entertaining. So maybe we do Vortex Miyamaika and then like... We could follow this through and then hop over and see how this goes. Because this is all tomorrow, right? Valdemar Sass is probably the closest first round. True. So we could do Valdemar Sass. I don't know. I don't know. Voldemar Sass might be the closest, but is it going to be... Because like Vortex versus Miyamaika might be very fast, but also very entertaining from playstyle and build order, right? Gully is just biased. He's basically gone for the person who keeps saying he's his biggest fan of the Germans. So Gully's input is basically just like singing the German national anthem at the stage. With a sprinkling of the Turkish national anthem in it. Every, like, third verse. Lucifron MSN are best games in your opinion? You reckon? You think MSN's gonna be able to beat Lucy? B versus Myriad could be maybe I could see Myriad getting a game. Is that best of 5? Yeah, it's BO5s. I think Miyamaika like 2 months ago versus Vortex probably would have been the best set. Anyone else feel that? I'm not so sure about now, but like you go back like 2 months ago, Mio was a monster, right? Like that guy, dude, that guy. You know what would be? You know what's going to be funniest about this series, by the way, Vortex versus Miyamika? It's going to be a fight over who gets House of Lancaster because both of them do those dirty ass House of Lords builds. You think Luceron should be fine, but MSN is dangerous? I think with MSN, it's going to come down to whether he like catches him off guard, right? Like the Wham game. You guys remember the Wham game where I was like, is he just messed up? And it was like actually all part of the plan where he was spamming Horseman and dove him. So I think it comes down to whether Luciferon's done his research or if he's familiar with MSN's playstyle. If he's familiar with MSN's playstyle, I would be very shocked if MSN beats Luciferon. See, but for the clicks, people are going to want to watch Louis Marine Lord. It's the weird thing, like, this is always the weird thing to me, right? Is like, you could either have a really close matchup between two players that aren't a top 8, or you could have a top 8 player use someone else as a human toilet. Sorry, Starflock. Sorry, Gully. But the weird thing is, like, viewer gen is often pushed by just the name of the big player that will take a dump on other people. And I feel like a lot of us have got that backwards, you know? I hope one day we get to the stage where, like, people look at another way, right? Because, like, in Dota 2, we just had that with Falcons versus a Filipino team, where, like, yesterday, I believe it was, in one of the games, it looked like the mostly unknown Filipino team was going to take a dump on, like, Team Falcon. And that's so much more epic than just watching, you know, known team dump on the other. What bracket are we looking at? This is for the Apofa World Cup. It's a $3,000 2-week tournament. We're just deciding what we're going to do for the opening week. And while we decide that, guys, click that link. That's right. Remember, guys, we are powered and sponsored by AMD. Go across the website, have a look at the amazing lineup of CPUs on offer. 9900X3D should be the go-to for a lot of you gamers out there. If you're looking for production, wholeheartedly recommend the 9950 or the 9900. I think just go for the 9950. Actually, the price difference is pretty big here, so maybe the 9900. But X3D model is absolutely worth it if you're looking for gaming, because the V3 cache on them is worth its weight in gold. You see huge upticks in performance. I'm kind of envious I don't have the V3 cache for the upcoming Battlefield launch, actually. Ezra beat MSN in the qualifiers. Damn, that's impressive. Ezra leveling up, Pog? I think starting series tomorrow will either do... We might do... Because I'm also thinking places, like matchups that just won't have any coverage at all, you know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a Spanish caster to do this, very obviously. There's going to be a French caster to do this, right? So it's maybe this or this. This will be done by the Russian broadcast for sure. I feel like this is going to be the group that just doesn't get coverage. You know what I mean? Do I think Starflark could do any damage to Louis? Where's Starflark on the rankings right now? He's 33rd. That's pretty good. Yeah, so Starflark is currently having his best season of AoE 4. On ladder, anyway. Although he's been mainly playing Knights Templar, which, unless he's queuing a lot of water maps, isn't exactly a big boon. Lost to Ezra in the qualifier. Should I have a look at qualifier results? Okay. Oof. Mahodo got munched. Ezra beat MSN. Beat Starflark here, 2-1. Core beat Scatterbrained. And then Scatterbrain came through afterwards, right? Cal got shit on. Sorry, I just had to put it in there. What was the draft? Lipany, Molly versus Biz. Yeah. Lancaster versus Roos. Yeah. I don't like Roos. Shushi versus... Oh, Kawasan. Yeah, so Ezra went for like the all-in early double dot timing, I'm guessing. Archipelago. Japanese versus English. Did MSN just not have anything left in the draft at that point? I know, it looks like that's what he basically drafted for Archipelago. Yeah, Ezra's draft looks better here. Which makes sense. There are a lot of water maps. Oh, bliet. How many water maps? No, that's not a lot. There's like 1 pure water and 2 hybrids. That's reasonable. I'm disappointed they didn't use Pigeon's View. Look at this. Look. I can tell that that this is the Apophis stuff. Because wait, wasn't Apophis the first one to use Hallowed Spring? I feel like wasn't Hallowed Spring made for the CIS Cups? I think. Boldland, Lipany. This is like a... I don't want to say subpar, but it's a weaker draft, map pool draft for like things like Ottomans and Mongols. You could probably use them on Cliffside mainly, but outside that, they're not high-value picks, right? Which is very different to what we've been having. Like, I've been thinking about this. Our drafts with KPM the last 2 or 3 weeks, especially things like Danube Divide and Front Range, are really good for, theoretically anyway, for things like Ottos and Mongols. That's good, though. I think that's a good thing to have in AoE4. Like, that's why I say, like, these kind of, like, Dry Arabia-only tournaments are Yawn Fiestas eventually, because, like, if you just keep playing the same map, it's cool as a one-off, but, like, anyone who obsesses over having the same generic map pool for multiple tournaments is a bad idea. Because that doesn't force diversity of play. It just creates a situation where 2 or 3 civs are just giga broken, and it creates a really mundane meta in competitive. That's why we always try to think about how do we shift the meta and make the players evolve to a new like standard, right, with different maps. And I think we've achieved that in a big way. So what do you think, guys? Do we open with Ezra Core? Or do we hop... Maybe we start with Louis MT and Starflag, because in theory... So here's my thought. This will either be a stomp real quick and we'll be able to hop Ezra Core mid-series, or this will be like Starflag is a madman and just slaughtering and we're getting like a long series. I'm still tempted towards this. In theory, Voldemar Sash should be the closest on paper. On this map pool, though, I think I'm tempted between starting Louis or starting Voldemar. And then, as we go through... Probably the closest upper bracket, in theory, that could play out here is Vortex, Lucy, and Bianatant, right? Those are the 2 closest. Because, like, Ezra and Core, at least in theory, shouldn't really be able to touch Louis. Like, so I mean, if we're being totally fair, like, this bracket should be Marine Lord through. This should be Louis through. These ones are the ones with more competition. Vortex and Lucifron are the obvious frontrunners. But MSN and Mia Micah have some curveballs. Like, actually... Like, MSN and Mia Micah, if they faced off, would be freaking hilarious. Like, this... Like, MSN and Mia Micah, if we're being totally logical, is probably going to be a lower bracket series, right? That is going to be a hilarious lower bracket series. Because of the way those 2 play, where they're very cheesy or, like, very, like, you know, crafty and, you know, looking for that upper hand tactic versus a strategy, it'll be either, like, very, very stompy, quick 10-minute games or hilarious. And then over here, Mirrored Skybrained, I think, like, I'd probably... with the water maps in, Skybrained really likes water, so that might be an edge for him. and then B Anatan's the expectation here, right? But like this, in terms of arc brackets, these are the two to watch. So like we'd probably start with either SAS Voldemar, or we start like this, and then we'd shift across upper bracket into Anno versus B presumptively, or Lucifron versus Vortex presumptively. By the way, I think Vortex is a much harder matchup for MSN. Because MSN, these cool like horseman strats he loves doing, needs time, and it kind of relies on your opponent not pressuring you to know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Like MSN, these crafty strats he comes up with, I think are better against defensively oriented players. And defensively oriented civs, right? But like my point is, for example, if you had to list players that would take Byzantines and try to attack you at the start of the game, right? Like Vortex is one of those players. Whereas when we saw MSN get that win over Wham, I know that Wham likes to take a more like structural approach to his Byzantines and scale for the castle timing. Yeah, let me think on this one. We'll decide in the morning. Over here, Voldemar versus SAS. Voldemar just looks stronger right now. Like with what we saw in the... So the KPMM is a bit deceptive. Like Voldemar annihilated SAS last week. Was it last week? Yeah. But that was partly because like SAS drafted for a best of 3 around like the first map win, and like the Malians caught him off guard, I think. But Voldemar has had a great performance with like the King of the Rockies qualifiers, etc. Right? Gully, dude, if he can get a game off of Marine Lord, like that's. And I think Gully won't mind me saying like that is a huge win, right? That's great improvements because Marine Lord is like the guy who dictates terms really when it comes to competitive. Like if Gully gets a win, I think if Gully gets a win in that series, he'll walk away a very happy man. I know he's here, but like he knows I'm not saying it as like a shame. But like obviously have confidence in your own play. Like the biggest thing I can tell people is like don't put these players on a pedestal that you can't reach in your mind. Because the first hurdle is tackling your own perspective on the player. Because if you just think you can't beat them, you'll never beat them. And then Louis versus Starflark. I think Starflark would be pretty happy if he gets a game with Louis. Louis, I don't know. We need to see how he does in the KPMs this week. He's been a little bit weaker in theory based on recent performances, but that's because there was high expectations after the EGC win anyway. And then Ezra Core. Apparently Ezra's having a good time. I don't know how much Core's been able to prep. I know he's been doing like some practice with people like Sort of, so maybe surprises a little. But yeah, like Ezra likes water maps, right? And Core, I don't know if I'd say Core necessarily likes water maps. And then like we said, Vortex, me and Micah is a meme extravaganza. I think Anatan is... I'd be impressed if Scatterbrain gets a game off of Anno. B Myriad, I could see being 3-1. Especially now that the meta's furiously settling. Right, like B's #1 biggest advantage is he is a masterful innovator. And we're like exiting the innovation period, at least for the moment, with maybe this map pool. The exception might be Hallowed Spring and possibly Kawasan. Like Lipney's well known. Actually, Borderland could be intriguing to re-explore because of the Pro Scouts meta dying off a little. And I guess Holy Island. Like we saw some different ways of Holy Island to play with some like Recon. Dude, I feel like Recon and B should actually scrim. I think there's a lot to impart both ways there. Because Recon just has very abnormal ways of thinking about the meta, and B's always like looking for like new directions to spin in. That would be like that's kind of like that's a nutty professor brain experiment, you know what I mean? Alright. Let's get someone to cast. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Dude, my guy hasn't responded about when we're going. Because I'm going... no Silk Song stream? Nah, I guess not. I'm going climbing a little bit later. I'm going to break myself. Love me some climbing. Tomorrow I'll feel it. Pepper hands. I do not see any known entities. Bouldering? Yes, it's indoors climbing. Indoors, like, rock climbing. No interest in doing a little TI watch party, eh? Like your Toxic XGF game? I don't think people would care to watch me watching TI. And also, like, I probably won't have that much time today. Because I've probably got enough time for, like, 1 or 2 more casts. Let me check Anno's data. Has Anno been playing anyone interesting on Le Ladder? Do I also play Rocket League or only cast? Only cast. Well, host. I host Rocket League. I played a little years ago on, like, PlayStation, but I'd rather, like, spend my time watching it, you know what I mean? Okay, Anno Chad has not done anything since the finals on that account. Rocket League OP esports is an incredible esport. I really love the community they've built there is phenomenal. And it just keeps growing and growing. Like, that's what you want out of an esports scene, is a continuous growth pattern. It's such an easy to pick up concept as well. Like, definitely not... So it's the thing about Rocket League is actually it's easy to pick up, but it's not easy to master. It's very hard to master. And that's what I've talked to you guys about before. Like, the perfect games are ones that are easy to pick up, but hard to master. Because it means they hook you easily, and then you spend thousands of hours perfecting. You have random 2-hour games in series? Oh yeah, like the run schedule thing. I mean, yeah, like, but that's not like that's a BS cop-out excuse. League, Dota 2 have this as well. Like, Recon, you're really gonna sit here crying when Dota 2 has a record of a tournament game that was over 3.5 hours long? You should FFA your Twitch chat and cast with the sole purpose of making fun of us. Oh, we've done that. Like, we've done that before. We used to do a lot of community game stuff, but the thing I came to the conclusion of is, like, we're not big enough right now to consistently do it and also generate the content hype. But I want to get there. Rocket League can always run perfectly. I mean, like, you say that, but technically you could have a 3-hour overtime. I'm trying to think. There's not that many games that do not run this problematic issue. If in theory you could go forever or like a very, very long time. You know what I mean? All right. Let's see. Dude, we need to get something cast. We're just sitting here yabbering. Whose profile can we check? Can we click? Has Recon had any interesting games recently? I mean, he played against Faye. Recon is just like... Going and casting a Recon game now, we might as well just cast a May game. Do you guys want to see Recon's like match history? That's the way Recon likes to train, man. One civ at a time. Bless him. Alright, let me have a look. Let's find someone ASAP. Recon knows what's good. What do you mean? He went from Jean to Delhi. Huh? Crackety, do you think Jean is OP? Not getting cleaved in towers anymore, are we? Maybe Ravane? Or Mia Micah? Let's have a look. Mio versus Hung ADC. Bro, there's a guy I have not seen in a long time. Wait, Mio versus Faye? Oh, dude. Oh, yes. 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 That is exactly what I need. Oh, that is the dream. Is secret to infinite viewer growth? Get those cables. I know the secret to hanging a man. It's these cables. We do a co-cast with KP tomorrow. I don't know. Are we? Is that a thingsy now? I mean, we could. Ooh. Maybe. Oh, wait, we got to do the, like, maybe? I'm not uwooing. I refuse to uwoo. That's where I draw the line. I already got paid to do that on Race to World First broadcast. This footage. Should probably pay someone to delete that, but I have no shame. You were AFK? I say, Recon, you should scrim a B. I think you and him will do well together. The idea is to drive everyone insane. I gotta say, folks, we've outdone ourselves today. We have possibly the most meme-oriented matchup you can find in the top 100 on Age of Empires 4. Welcome back to the channel for Fei Chan versus Mio Micah. Cheeses meets memers. This is gonna be a dreamer to watch. That's right, we'll be hopping in for a pub game on the ladder here, and let me just actually change that score thing because we definitely aren't doing a tournament game here. Although I really wish we could get these two in tournaments. I wish we'd actually have Faye in the KPMMs, now that I think about it. Like, could you imagine her and Mio matching up each week? Sadly, she keeps DGen schedule, so it wouldn't work. But yeah, Jean versus Shushi. This is a matchup you definitely don't see a lot these days. Shushi's kind of... It's always there, but I wouldn't say it's the priority pick in the current map drafts that used to be. And then Jean has just been creeping in a little bit with certain players, but a lot neglecting it. I love this start, though. Faye just goes out into the deer, and she equally spreads all of her villages between them. There is something very pretty about that. I don't know. Huh? Is there a logic behind doing this? I mean, I guess it deals with the threat of pro scouts, but you're not expecting pro scouts that quickly. The most horrifying part about this is that they just leave one deer alive to watch them. It's like, and eventually we'll do this to you as well. Yes, we're going to take the lungs, and then we're going to take the heart. And the legs. Not the legs. Not the legs. Meanwhile, Mio just ignores the deer, which makes sense. Remember, if you go deer, you get worse taxes. So most of the time, Shushi players just like to do it this way instead to optimize around the early game. Recon says he respects B a lot. It's a great player, but I don't know if he practices outside of the Russian circle. I mean, it's worth asking. Right, like, if you remember a long time ago, he practiced a lot with the #1 Japanese player. So I guess I imagine he'd be open to it. Just message him like, hey, I do really wild strategies. Want to play? ? And then, you know that thing I just done on screen? Like this? Just go like, hey. Just make sure you do that on like a little video recording for him, and he'll be up for it. So what makes these two so memey? If you're not familiar with Faye and haven't watched the way she plays, she's featured on the channel a few times before, and every single time it's absurdity. In fact, we had a game between Mio Micah and Faye a few weeks back. Ottomans versus Byzantines, and it was the weirdest, most unhinged crap imaginable. We had these mass Magadai Hippodrome plays, we had mass Janissaries in a rush. It was crazy. And we are going to get a little bit of kookiness here. And not as crazy of an idea on this map. Chamber of Commerce coming in. Then again, what? These are horrible. No. Is she going to trade with his side? Because this is horrible. Like, you stick this in the trash can. Ugh. You play off-meta, Faye just trolls? Whoa, whoa, whoa. You know what? You know who else got accused of trolling Recon? Stewie 2K in Counter-Strike. And now look at everyone rushing through smokes. Sometimes trolls are just years ahead of the meta. Gotta change your perspective, my friend. Did you ever consider there's something you could learn from Faye? Maybe you should only be able to Magadai and nothing else. Remember when people were like, oh, Don's just a meme star? And they're like, wow, actually, pulling all your workers at the start of the game as English and outpost rushing the enemy base is a good idea. Put your head out your ass, man. Very slow tech up from Faye. Wait, is this... Is she castle rushing? Normally, you only build a landmark with one villager because you're going next stage. I just don't know why you'd be castle rushing. She's got Aeon's Wood. There's no way. I guess maybe she's optimizing around having enough food and gold to just dump into knights at the start of the age up. It could also be we're looking at Pro Scouts. So she would get, yeah, survival techniques now. There's like, you'd only get survival techniques now if you're thinking Pro Scouts, right? I feel like you've exhausted half of the deer here. Is she legit Pro Scouting against Shushi? Because, like, Shushi normally would just Pro Scout, right? But in theory, on Hill and Dale, it might be a devalue play because 2 deer stacks are already going to be removed. You could eat yours, and your opponent's going to eat theirs. That's the thing. Hill and Dale is less desirable for Pro Scouts than other maps. Faye went fast imp as Mongols with 2 TC and 3 towers almost completely naked. Did you win? Now, this is the thing, guys. We have to check, because the way that Recon's typing is exactly how someone would type if they lost. Did you win, Recon? I know who to cut through the bull crap. Okay, you won that one. Good, good, good. Because you know how that would have looked if you lost, right? That looks like me after I just, like, lose a game of, like, Dota. I'm like, this is bull crap. That carry's broken. It's just because they picked the broken stuff. They're not that good. But I know what really happened. All right, so Mio with the deer shove in is going to resist the temptation of Pro Scouts. He just fast castling. But on the other side of this, we have actually got the expected. It's going to be Pro Scouts. I say the expected because the macro looked weird otherwise, but I don't know if it's going to be that desirable. Rain Sean coming in for Faye. You can deny the monks in theory. In actuality, the monks are stupidly tanky. Because remember, guys, this is the #1 reason why you go Shallow Monastery, is when you're fast castling. We don't actually see Shallow Monks anymore because people instead have been playing these long feudals with Pro Scouts, or say long feudals, but just playing feudal to get Pro Scouts, and then rushing castle with all the food in the world. Yeah, at which point, because you've got all the food in the world, you really, really want to just have the better supervision rates, which is why Shallow Monastery just kind of died off. It's a moot and irrelevant detail these days. Never to be seen again. Double ball kill for Faye. And traders are set up, but remember, this isn't maximum distance trade. It's only 45 gold. And that's a lot of monks. 3 monks straight away? Mio. Oh my god. You know, when I think of Mia, Micah, and Hill and Dale, I can only think of that Dumu game with 130 knights. So it only seems fitting that Dumu gets a cameo appearance. You guys reckon they wear their socks that high because it's like blood pressure, so that when they fly, they just don't die? That's a condition. I've been told I might have that. It's a little bit worrying. There's like a... I forgot the name of it. I think it's Gene Factor... Gene Factor 5 or something? But basically, if you fly and you don't wear compression socks, your heart can just go kaput. Oh, it's more your blood, but... yeah. Dark day for me. Alright, so Jean, this is horrible. You do no damage due to the body of iron. I mean, even if you have all the smite shots in the world, it's not going to be good enough. So Jean is dead. This is looking atrocious. Is there any other way to describe this right now? But Faye is a believer in... what are we doing? Because, like, if you're going to build knights, you would have started building knights, right? Is she just going to mass trade? She really is. She's up to 7 traders already. Factor 5 laden. Yes, that's the one. Woohoo. Flawed genes. Micah. He's just giving me mass lances. I mean, he's going to be quick enough. The walls won't be up. He's also moving in for another relic. This is, guys, this is just a 5 relic game. Like, Micah's loving life. There's no knights, so he could even just move out into the deer. And Faye with the guild hall. So, like, is the idea here just, like, stockpile food, get trade, drop Red Palace, get down tonight? Uh-huh. Kind of looks like it. Wallow? Oh, Faye, no. Alright, time to build an outpost. Ah, yes, I must return to my duties in the French Empire. Yes, good me, just here to help. Oh, I see. We haven't walled off this area. That could get dangerous. I better quickly wall this in so that we are safe. Yep, so safe in here. So incredibly safe. And no. Wait, no. What? Okay, that one just teleport. That's hacking. Oh, God. All right, this is really nice of Miyamika, though, guys. So what Miyamika has done here is he felt that this trade was too ambitious and dangerous. So good guy Miyamika here has helped Faye build her trade this way. No, my brain went the wrong way. The marketplace on the other side. Okay, he's just an evil villain. No. Actually, it makes sense, guys. So good guy Miyamika is like, this route is not safe, but this route is. Yep, traders will definitely get... Traders will definitely be okay going that way. Oh my God. Oh, me and Mike is love of life right now. Lancer spam coming in. And I mean, Faye, I don't understand the triple stables. What was it for? For the pro scouts? Because, like, we got one deer carcass drop off and then L. The horsemen are trying to break the wall. Okay, there might be hope. Except for the fact there's a bunch of lancers here. So the wall does break, but... What are we building? Is Faye... Like... Wait, is she... She's rushing Imperial. Oh, she's trying. No. Faye. It's almost like she's just saying, well, this game is already chalked, so I might as well go imp because nothing else is going my way. It's actually secretly OP, guys, because what you do is you wait for Miyamika not to look, and then you rush imp in his base, and then you fully garrison the Red Palace, and you kill all of his landmarks, and he GG's. See, you all just... This is the thing. Some people say a troll. I say an innovative thinker. If Faye is thinking that. If not, my coaching is available for $50 an hour. That's a pretty good deal. Recon right now is like, wait, you charge for coaching? He's like, yep, I've been keeping an account of your, of what you owe me. I just found it was easier to just stack up the money and then tell you about it. Faye, that guild hall is going to take a century. Does she have the food necessary to get there? I mean, she's got some deer underneath the TC still. But Mio is... See, Mio has found the answer to getting Red Palace Rush, guys. They can't Red Palace Rush you if you just build your landmarks further apart. Yeah, and what now, sucker? No, that's too close. Okay, guys, this is the spot. Mark my words, Faye will now win this game by dropping a Red Palace right here. And it will kill everything. There's going to be a lot to kill, by the way. We've got Pagodas online. We've got 6 taxmen soon with speed. And Temple of the Sun. Just to make sure the 4 Lancers are able to kill everything. Because they clearly weren't doing that quick enough. This game. Wait. Why? Well, I think I've seen every landmark in 2025 now. Hell. Lash Mahodo started. I will probably cast that one either tomorrow or Monday. I can't do that right now. I'm going climbing in half an hour-ish, and that's locked in. And honestly, to be honest, we are invested in this story now. All right, we need the conclusion. Preferably before my brain just shrivels up and dies. We've got both players in Imperial Age. Pre-15 minutes. You'd expect this out of Jean or French if they went for the Red Palace. You would not expect this out of Shu Shi. What did they get out of this? So, wait, so he's rushed Imperial Age. So he went Yuan, rushed Imperial Age to go back to Song to build farms. Did I miss anything here? I think that's the full picture. And now we're getting revolted. It's all coming together now. Ah, yes. Jean also going in for the capture. I don't even know anymore. I give up. This is why I watch Mia Micah versus Faye. To lose any semblance of logic-based execution. When you watch Faye versus Mia Micah, you just have to be vibe-oriented. And the Robotiquin, oh my god, it's better than a cannon. Eat dirt, Lancer. Got him. 850 resources already paid. Half of. Well, actually half. A third of it. Wahoo. Wait, is he... Why? Why are we going Ming? Oh my god. Am I watching a showcase video of, like, civs? So, he's already got the farm set up, so he doesn't use Song anymore, right? He's up at, like, what, 30 farms? 31. So now we're getting Shushi Library, Horseman. Wait. No. Are we getting Fire Lancer tech? No, we're getting Dynastic Protectors. But he's building Horsemen. Why is he building Horsemen if he's going Dynastic Protect? Whatever. He's using the resources for the time being. But, is this Yuan Raiders or is this Imperial Guards? Because if this is Imperial Guards, they can be about as effective as they are against a Jedi in Star Wars New Hope. But if this is Yuan, he can raid the economy. Because Yuan Raiders get bonus against villagers. And they also have a lot of ranged armor, which is going to be helpful against Robotiquins. Sorry, Royal Robotiquins. Yeah, just a casual 55 damage here, guys. Reminder, you get 30% more damage on Royal Robotiquins. That's pretty wild. We never see it, ever. Okay, it's actually going to be Imperial Guards. Now, reminder, Imperial Guards don't have much ranged armor. So, wait, could they... The problem with Royal Robotiquins here is where you fight and where you get to choose to fight. And you, in theory, shouldn't have much say in either of those two things. I'm going to 2x speed it a little bit. Faye moving out with the villagers now to secure the gold. Because you do need quite a lot of gold for massing Royal Siege. The trade route has not really been yielding the big dividends you've been looking for, only 6 traders. Horseman now rotating out. Jean's been capturing. Level 3 Jean is in. However, it's ranged level 3 Jean against Horseman. Rider's going to be pretty handy. For the moment. But that is... Dun, 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 dun. Ming Dynasty. And if Mia Micah remembers that his other landmark is a thing, remember he can get 20% more damage. These bad boys hit for close to 40 damage. Yeah, but for some reason, I think he's left it on Divine Haste. Mia, please. Guys, he's missing out a 20% damage buff on a unit that's hitting for 34. That's enough to put you up at 40 damage on a normal sword strike. Your lance charge will be over 60 damage. He's leaving a lot of bread on the table. Yuan Raiders following up as well. Faye. Well, the problem here is that Yuan Raiders are actually perfect for countering villagers. Remember, they get +5 against workers. And so far, Faye, as the little Robotiquin who could, But Willie is the problem. She's gathering stone. Not a lot of it, right? No, kind of slow rolling it. She just stopped gathering now. She was using it for the walls, but actually she kind of needs a castle drop. Even then, I don't think a castle drop works against Yuan Raider and the Imperial Guard mass. All right, we're going to go for a speed up here. This game is feeling very slow at times. Which is weird because like Mio Micah could just roll over Faye. There's not really much left to her. Am I running the game at 4K? I'm running the game at 2K because I have a 2K monitor. Okay, so Faye agrees that she needs stone. She's moved across now. And she's stonewalling herself. Yeah, but the problem's here. Okay, but I see the idea. If she stonewalls everywhere else, Revolticons win, right? Because you got mass melee into Revolties. But guys, oh my god, it's a lot of Raiders. It's an insane amount of Yuan Raiders. And reminder, Raiders do get bonus damage against Siege. They get an extra 10. So you're hitting for 29 into the, what was it, 15 melee armor or 20? Sorry, 10 melee armor. Yeah, so 19 damage. You kill them pretty fast with Raiders. Because Raiders also have a pretty good attack point. It's every 1.38 seconds. And Raiders are cheap, by the way. They only cost 120 resources. You're paying the price of a Horseman. This is a better Horseman for most scenarios. Because outside of attacking range units, whoopty freaking doodah, right? Like a Horseman at this stage, Elite Horseman is going to hit for 13 base, 26 with his bonus against ranged. A Raider with the buffs of Ming Dynasty is going to hit for 22 anyway. And reminder that Mio's still leaving another 4 or 5 damage on the table. He just needs to find the button. The E button. For efficiency. I'm pretty sure if Mia Micah loses this game, he'll have to uninstall Age of Empires 4. The army value difference is 15,000 to 5,000. And Faye lacks a real front line. However, the Revolticons could get her a crap ton of XP. Here we go. Royal Revolticons at that. There's no way. Surely. I mean, the thing is, Mio just needs to build a range unit. Wait, he just... Wait! He just deleted all the Imp Guards. Alright, guys. Same kill success rate as Star Wars Imp Guards, for sure. It is full Yuan Raiders in Ming Dynasty. That should be heretical to say out loud. And oh my god, he pressed the button. Look at the damage. 26 base damage. And a reminder, Divine Charge also buffs the bonus damage. He hits for 38 damage into a siege weapon. 28 after the reduction, and here we go. Yuan Raiders. Just kill the siege. Just kill the siege. Right now. Come on. It's easy. Just do it. It's a Jean XP farm. But it's not going to farm quick enough. Siege goes down. Jean goes down. And this game is over. What did I just watch? Oh, did I forget to mention these units move at 2 movement speed? They are max movement speed. Don't forget that as well. Smiley face. Is there anything they can't do? Lose this game. That's the one thing they can't do. Actually, I don't know about that. I've seen Mio Micro and Hill and Dale before with 130 cav units. And there are more Revolticons. The other sucky part is even if you kill a bunch of these, like actually Mio Micro deleting the Imp Guard was very smart. Because Imp Guard would have fed a crap ton of XP across to Jean. Yuan Raiders don't. Alright, step retreat. Faye's got to play this like she's a Master Terran with Marine Micro. Oh my dear god. Faye's like, it's not over. Retreat to the Revolticons. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No. But it's fine, right? Because it's not like these units could burn your bet. 30 torch damage! Okay. This is probably over. I mean, it's been over for what feels like 15 minutes. And finally, yes, truly concluded. Okay, maybe Recon has a point about the trolling. Maybe. It's possible he might be right about it. Maybe. Have fun climbing? I will. Don't break my foot. I've already been back once. It went okay. Okay. What do we do now? Where do we raid? Whom do we raid? Oh. You know what, guys? Because we got something special coming up with this game as well. And also because it's his birthday, I'm going to raid a wonderful person called Lexiev. It's one of the creators that I represent. He plays Heroes of Might and Magic. It's quite a high level. He's a really cool dude. And he's currently wearing a top hat. So, I mean, that wins. No one in the AoE4 directory is wearing a top hat right now. I should be back tomorrow. We'll be doing the Apophis World Cup. That goes live at 3 p.m. We might go live a little bit early with a KPMM series. We'll see how it goes. But we'll be casting some of those games on the day. So be sure to tune in, as we are going to be doing some weekend streaming for a change. But, guys, that's going to be it. Go have some fun with Lexiev, YouTube, Kick. That's going to be it for now. Hopefully I'll see you